Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I was maybe 5 or 6 years old when it all came crashing down on me. I never met my grandfather. He passed away years before I was born. But I always felt this weird connection to him because of this old black and white photo my grandma kept on her dresser. It was one of those framed pictures that looked like it had been there forever, dusty around the edges, with him smiling in a way that made you think he was about to say something. I used to stare at it when I was bored, and I'd imagine what he was like. But it wasn't just imagination, it was something else. Something that started in my dreams and bled into my waking life in the creepiest way possible. That particular day, a Tuesday I think, started out normal enough. I woke up early, the sun just starting to peek through my bedroom window. I shared a room with my older sister, but she was still asleep, snoring softly. I remember feeling restless, like I had too much energy buzzing under my skin. I'd been having these dreams for weeks, maybe months. It's hard to keep track when you're that young. But this time, the dream felt more vivid than usual. In the dream, the man from the photo would come into my room. Not in a scary way at first. He'd just be there, sitting on the edge of my bed, and we'd play simple games like peekaboo, or he'd tell me stories I couldn't really remember when I woke up. But the part that stuck with me, the part that made my skin crawl later, was how he'd always leave. He'd lean in and kiss my forehead right between my eyebrows, this soft, gentle press, and then he'd fade away like mist. I never thought much of it. Dreams are weird when you're a kid, and this one felt comforting, almost like having a friend no one else could see. That morning, though, something felt different. I got out of bed and tiptoed to the bathroom, my feet cold on the wooden floor. I washed my face, and when I looked in the mirror, I could almost feel the spot where he'd kissed me in the dream. It wasn't a physical mark or anything, just this lingering sensation, like a ghost of a touch. I shook it off and went downstairs for breakfast. My grandma was already in the kitchen, humming some old tune while she scrambled eggs. The smell of coffee filled the air, and everything should have felt cozy. But I had this knot in my stomach, like I needed to tell someone about the dreams. I didn't know why, it just felt urgent. After breakfast, my sister went off to school, and my mum left for work, so it was just me and Grandma in the living room. She was knitting something, her glasses perched on her nose, and I was playing with some toys on the rug. The photo of my grandfather was right there on the mantelpiece, and I kept glancing at it. Finally, I couldn't hold it in anymore. I crawled over to Grandma and tugged on her sleeve. "Grandma," I said, my voice all small and shaky, "the man in the picture plays with me in my dreams." She stopped knitting and looked down at me, her eyebrows furrowed. "What man, sweetie?" she asked, her tone gentle but curious. I pointed to the photo. "Him. He comes into my room at night and we play games. Then he kisses me here before he goes away." I tapped the spot between my eyebrows. For a second she just stared at me, and then her face went completely white, like paper white. Her hands started trembling, and she dropped her knitting needles on the floor with a clatter. I'd never seen her look like that before. It was like I'd said something horrible. My heart started pounding in my chest, and I felt this cold sweat break out on my back. "What's wrong, Grandma?" I asked, but she didn't answer right away. She stood up slowly, her knees cracking, and walked over to the mantelpiece. She picked up the photo, her fingers tracing the glass, and then she turned back to me, her eyes wide and watery. "How did you know about that?" she whispered, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. "About the kiss? No one told you that. I never told anyone that, not even your mom." I shook my head, confused. "I don't know. He just does it in my dreams." She sank into her armchair, still holding the photo, and her breath came out in a shaky sigh. "Your grandfather," she said, her voice cracking. "He used to do that to me when we were young. Every time he left for work, he'd kiss me right there between my eyebrows. He said it was his way of leaving a piece of himself with me. No one else knew about it. It was our little secret." That's when the terror hit me. It wasn't a slow realization. It was like a bucket of ice water dumped over my head. My whole body went cold, and I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. I hadn't just imagined it. I couldn't have known about that gesture. It wasn't something I'd seen in a movie or read in a book. It was too specific, too personal. The dreams weren't just dreams. They were visits. His spirit was really coming to me, watching over me from beyond. The thought made me want to scream, but I just stood there, frozen, my mind racing. All those nights I'd felt safe and comforted now felt invaded, eerie. What else had he been doing? Was he always there, watching me? Grandma started crying softly and she pulled me into a hug. Her arms felt frail and I could feel her trembling. "He must love you very much," she murmured into my hair, but it didn't comfort me. Instead, it deepened the fear. This wasn't a sweet story anymore. It was real, and it was happening to me. I started crying too, not because I was sad, but because I was scared out of my mind. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in, and I kept expecting to see him standing in the corner, but there was nothing. The rest of that day is a blur of emotions and whispered conversations. Grandma called my mom at work, and I could hear her voice trembling on the phone. "You need to come home," she said, and I knew it was because of me. When my mom arrived, her face was tight with worry, and she hugged me so tight it hurt. She asked me to repeat what I'd told Grandma, and I did, my voice trembling. Her eyes got wide, and she exchanged this look with Grandma that I'll never forget. It was a mix of shock and something else, like fear. They didn't say much to me after that, just talked in low voices in the kitchen while I sat on the couch, feeling like I'd done something wrong. I remember staring at the photo again, and for the first time, the smile on my grandfather's face didn't look kind anymore. It looked knowing, like he was aware of everything that was happening. I thought about all the times I'd woken up feeling that faint pressure on my forehead, and now I knew what it was. It wasn't a dream. It was him. The thought made my skin crawl. I didn't want to go to sleep that night, but when bedtime came, my mom tucked me in and kissed my cheek, her hand lingering on my shoulder. "It's okay," she said, but her voice was shaky, and I knew she didn't believe it. I lay in bed for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, my heart pounding every time the house creaked. I kept expecting to see him, to feel that kiss again, but nothing happened. The silence was worse than the dreams, because now I knew what it meant. The connection I'd felt to him wasn't just emotional. It was something supernatural, something I couldn't control or understand. I felt a mix of emotions, fear, curiosity, and this deep, unsettling love that wasn't mine but felt imposed on me. It was like he'd carved a place in my life without ever being there, and now I was stuck with it. As the night wore on, I must have drifted off because I had another dream. This time it was different. He wasn't playing with me. He was just standing at the foot of my bed watching me. His expression was sad, and he reached out like he wanted to touch me. But I woke up with a jolt, sweating and gasping for air. The room was dark, and for a second I thought I saw a shadow move, but it was probably just my imagination. I curled into a ball under the covers, too scared to move, and that's how I stayed until morning. The next day, everything went back to normal on the surface, but nothing was ever the same for me. I stopped looking at the photo, and I never talked about the dreams again. But sometimes, when I'm alone, I still feel that phantom kiss between my eyebrows, and it sends a shiver down my spine. I'm older now, and I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I overheard something or my subconscious picked up on details, but deep down I know that's not it. That's not. The gesture was too specific, too hidden. It was his spirit reaching out to me from beyond, and that realization has haunted me ever since. I can't explain it, and I doubt I ever will. It just happened, and part of me is still waiting for it to happen again. Story 2. I woke up that morning at exactly 9:30. It was December 15th, 2021. The kind of wake-up that isn't gradual. 1 second I was asleep, and the next my eyes were wide open, like someone had flipped a switch in my brain. The room felt different, colder, emptier, like the air had been sucked out and replaced with something heavy. I lay there for a minute, just staring at the ceiling, trying to shake off this weird feeling that something was wrong. My dad had been in the hospital for months with cancer, and every morning started with that knot in my stomach, wondering if today was the day. But this was different. This felt final. I got out of bed and padded to the kitchen to make coffee. The house was quiet, too quiet. Usually there'd be some noise from the street or the hum of the fridge. But today, it was like everything had gone mute. I filled the kettle and plugged it in, and that's when the first light bulb went. It was in the overhead fixture above the sink, a soft pop, then darkness. I figured it was just old, no big deal. But then, the one in the hallway went. Same sound, like a tiny explosion inside the glass. And right after, the lamp in the living room flickered and died. 3 bulbs, one after the other, within maybe 30 seconds. I stood there in the dim kitchen, my heart starting to beat a little faster. It was too coincidental, too timed. I remember thinking, is this some kind of sign? But I pushed it away. Grief does weird things to your head. The phone rang around 10 o'clock. It was the nurse from the hospital. Her voice was calm but somber, and she told me my dad had passed away peacefully at 9:30 that morning. The exact time I woke up. I didn't cry right away. It was more like a numbness washed over me. I thanked her, hung up, and just stood there, leaning against the counter. The reality of it hadn't sunk in yet. All I could think about was those light bulbs popping. It felt connected, but I didn't want to believe it. Maybe I was just looking for patterns where there weren't any. I spent the next couple of hours moving through the house like a ghost myself, picking things up, putting them down, not really doing anything. The grief was a physical weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I kept glancing at the clock, watching the minutes tick by, and every time I did, I'd remember that empty feeling when I woke up. Around noon, the sky started to darken. I looked out the window and saw clouds rolling in, thick and grey. The wind picked up, whistling through the cracks in the old window frames. We lived in an older house, one my dad had loved for its character, but today it felt creakier, more ominous. By 1 in the afternoon, the storm was full-blown. Rain lashed against the windows, and the wind howled like something alive. I was in the living room, trying to distract myself with TV, but the power flickered a few times, so I gave up. That's when I heard it. A loud cracking sound from outside. I rushed to the front door and peered out. Shingles from the roof were tearing loose and flying into the yard, carried by the gusts. They smacked against the ground, skittering across the wet grass. It was chaotic, and for a second I felt a spike of fear. Not just from the storm, but from how everything seemed to be falling apart around me, mirroring what was happening inside. I stood there watching, my hands trembling, until the wind died down a bit and I went back inside, shivering. The rest of the afternoon dragged on. I called a few relatives, let them know about Dad, and the conversations were a blur of condolences and shared memories. But underneath it all, that eerie feeling from the morning lingered. I found myself jumping at small noises, the fridge humming back on, a branch tapping the window. I kept thinking about Dad, about how he'd always been fascinated by the paranormal. We'd talk for hours about ghosts and unexplained events, laughing about how cool it would be to experience something like that together. Now, with him gone, it felt like a cruel joke that I was alone with these weird happenings. As evening settled in, the storm had mostly passed, leaving everything damp and quiet. I needed to do something, anything, to keep from sinking into the grief. I decided to go down to the basement and sort through some of Dad's old things. He'd stored boxes down there for years, and I thought maybe organizing them would help me feel closer to him. The basement was always a bit creepy. Low ceiling, concrete floors, and that musty smell of damp and dust. I flicked the switch at the top of the stairs, and the single bulb hanging from a wire cast a weak yellow light that didn't reach the corners. I made my way down slowly, each step creaking under my weight. The air was cooler down there, and I wrapped my arms around myself. Boxes were stacked against the far wall, and I started pulling a few out, looking for ones labeled with his handwriting. That's when I noticed his old work boots sitting by the washing machine. They were scuffed and worn, the laces frayed. He'd loved those boots, wore them every day until he got too sick. Seeing them there sent a fresh wave of sadness through me. I knelt down to pick them up, thinking I'd pack them away, but as I reached for them, something made me pause. The boots shifted, not like they were knocked over, but like they moved on their own. I froze, my hand hovering in midair. Then one of them lifted off the ground, just an inch or two, hovering in the air like it was being held by invisible strings. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a draft or anything. The basement was still, no windows open. The other boot joined it, both now floating side by side, about knee height. I stared, my mind racing, trying to find a logical explanation, maybe a prank. But I was alone in the house. The fear was instant, cold and sharp, crawling up my spine. I could feel my heart pounding against my ribs, so loud I was sure it echoed in the silence. They hung there for what felt like forever, but it was probably only a few seconds. Then, without warning, one of the boots flew at me. It wasn't fast, more like a gentle toss, but it hit my leg with a soft thud. It didn't hurt, it was just the rubber sole tapping against my jeans. The other boot followed, bouncing off my shin and landing on the floor. For a moment I was too stunned to move, then out of nowhere I laughed. A real, genuine laugh that burst out of me, because it was so stupid, so absurd. Shoes levitating and being thrown. It was like something out of a cartoon, and all I could think was, this is exactly the kind of thing Dad would do to lighten the mood. He had this dry sense of humor, always pulling little pranks to make people smile. I sat back on my heels, the laughter mixing with tears now. The fear had melted away, replaced by this warm, aching feeling. Like he was there with me, telling me it was okay. I picked up the boots and held them close, the leather still smelling faintly of him. I didn't try to rationalize it or figure out how it happened. In that moment, it just felt right. We'd always wanted a paranormal experience together, and in a way, we got it. Not some scary Hollywood ghost story, but something personal and a little silly. Something that felt like him. I stayed down there for a while longer, just sitting in the dim light before I finally went back upstairs. The house felt different, less empty, like the weight had lifted a bit. I never told anyone about it, not in detail, because how do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? But I cherish that day, as messed up as it sounds. The light bulbs, the storm, the shoes, it all tied together in a way I can't explain. Even now, years later, I'll catch myself looking at old photos or his favorite chair, and I'll remember those boots floating in the basement. It's a memory that's equal parts terrifying and comforting, and I still have no idea what really happened. It just did, and then it was over. Story 3. It was the summer of 2006, and I was 16 years old. My job was at the pretzel place in the local mall, one of those big chain ones that smells like yeast and salt all the time. This particular day, a Tuesday I think, was dead. Just completely dead. It was the middle of the afternoon, and the mall was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes the muzak sound like it's shouting. I was stuck manning the small satellite location, the one downstairs by the back corridor that leads to the service elevators and the employee break rooms. This spot was the worst. It had no windows, just blank beige walls, and the only light was the harsh fluorescent glow from the fixtures above, which always hummed with this low, annoying buzz. The air conditioning was cranked way up, and I remember my arms had goosebumps, and I was just leaning on the counter, staring at the slow turn of the pretzel warmer, watching the same 3 pretzel knots go round and round, thinking about how many hours I had left until my shift was over. I was bored out of my skull. I'd already wiped down the counter 3 times, refilled the cheese sauce warmer, and counted the singles in the register twice. The silence was heavy, broken only by the hum of the lights and the distant muffled sound of a kid crying somewhere else in the mall. It felt like I was the only person left in the whole building. That's when I saw them. A family of 3 just appeared, like they'd walked out of the wall. They came from the direction of the service corridor, which was weird because there's nothing back there, but dumpsters and loading docks. No stores. They didn't walk like normal mall shoppers who are either rushing or meandering. They walked with a purpose, but it was a slow, deliberate purpose. My first thought wasn't even ghost or anything. It was just, that's an odd family. The mother was in front. She was wearing a dress, a proper dress, not a sundress or anything modern. It was this pale blue number with a high collar and little white buttons down the front, and it went down to her calves. It looked stiff, like it was made of thick cotton. Her hair was done up in this perfect rolled style, like you see in pictures of my grandma when she was young. The daughter was next to her, a girl who looked about 12, and she was wearing a smaller version of the same kind of dress, but in a yellow color. She had her hair in 2 braids. And then there was the boy. He was young, maybe 7 or 8, and he was wearing these brown trousers with suspenders and these clunky, old-fashioned leather shoes that looked really heavy. They all looked clean, but their clothes just didn't fit in. It was 2006. People wore flip-flops and low-rise jeans. This was different. They walked right up to my counter. The boy was the one who stepped forward. He had these big, serious eyes. He didn't smile. "I'd like a pretzel, please," he said. His voice was clear and polite, but it had a flatness to it, no real kid-like excitement. "Sure thing," I said, trying to sound cheerful through my boredom. I grabbed a pretzel from the warmer, slid it into a bag, and handed it to him. "That'll be $2.66. He looked up at his mother, who gave a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a single dollar bill. He held it out to me on his flat palm. I took it. "I'm sorry, kiddo, it's $2.66. You're $1.66 short." I looked at the mother when I said this. Her face just blanked. It wasn't a look of embarrassment or annoyance that she didn't have enough money. It was pure, unadulterated confusion. Her brow furrowed, and she stared at me like I was speaking a foreign language. Her eyes flicked from me to the pretzel, to the price list on the menu board behind me, and then back to me. It was the kind of look you'd give someone if they told you the sky was green. Total, profound bewilderment. The daughter just stood there, her hands clasped in front of her, looking down at the floor. The boy kept his arm outstretched, waiting for me to take the dollar or give him the pretzel. "Ma'am," I said, my voice a little weaker now. The atmosphere had changed. The cold from the AC felt sharper, and the hum of the lights seemed to get louder, filling my ears. "It's $2.66 for the pretzel." She didn't say a word. She just kept staring at me with that lost, confused expression. It was starting to creep me out. I looked down at the dollar bill in my hand, mostly to avoid her intense gaze. That's when I froze. It was $1, but it was all wrong. It wasn't the greenish grey I was used to. It was a different shade, more silvery. And the design, it was different. I turned it over, Where it usually says Federal Reserve Note, this one said Silver Certificate. I remember that phrase clearly. And in the top left corner it said Series of 1957. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I knew what a silver certificate was. My dad collected coins and sometimes old bills. He had one in a frame. He said they weren't used anymore, that you could trade them for real silver a long time ago. But this bill, it didn't look like a collectible. It didn't feel crisp or old. It felt soft, like it had been in someone's pocket. It had a faint crease down the middle, and the corners were slightly rounded from use. It looked like it had been passed around recently, but it was from 1957. My fingers started to feel numb. I looked back up at the family. They were all just standing there, perfectly still, waiting. The mother's expression hadn't changed. The boy's arm was still out. The silence around us felt thick, like a fog. I couldn't hear the muzak anymore. I couldn't hear the distant crying kid. It was just the hum of the lights and the sound of my own heartbeat thumping in my ears. I couldn't process it. My brain was short-circuiting. All I knew was that I had to give this dollar back. I didn't want it. I held it out, my hand trembling just a little. I can't take this. You need more money. The boy looked at his mother. She gave another tiny nod. He took the dollar bill back from my fingers. His touch was cool, almost cold. Then, without a single word, the mother turned. The daughter turned. The boy turned. And they walked away, back the way they came, towards the service corridor. Their footsteps were eerily quiet on the tiled floor. I just stood there, gripping the edge of the counter, the pretzel still in its bag on the counter between us. I watched them until they turned the corner and disappeared from view. The second they were gone, the sounds of the mall rushed back in. The muzak, the distant chatter, the clatter of a nearby food court, all at once, like someone had turned the volume knob back up. It was so sudden it made me jump. I stood there for a full minute, maybe more, just trying to catch my breath. What the hell was that? My skin was crawling. I looked around. A few people were walking by now, a guy talking on a flip phone, a group of teenagers, but no one was acting strange. No one had even glanced at the family as they left. It was like no one had seen them at all. The rest of my shift was a blur. I was jumpy, flinching at every little noise. Every time someone walked past from the direction of the service corridor, my heart would leap into my throat. I kept replaying it in my head. The clothes, the dollar bill, the mother's face, that deep, profound confusion. It wasn't anger, it was like the concept of $2.66 for a pretzel was completely alien to her. When my manager, Dave, came to close up with me a few hours later, I was a mess. I must have looked pale because he asked me if I was feeling sick. I didn't know how to tell him. "Dave," I started, my voice shaky. "Something really weird happened earlier." I told him the whole thing, stumbling over my words. When I got to the part about the silver certificate, his expression went from concerned to skeptical. A silver certificate? Dude, that's wild. Probably just some weirdos from a historical reenactment group or something. "But it felt real," I insisted. "And the way they acted, and no one else saw them." He humored me. Okay, let's check the camera. The one above the register has a good view." The satellite store had one security camera, a little black dome in the corner, pointed right at the counter. We went into the back, into the tiny, cramped office with the monitor and the DVR recorder. Dave pulled up the footage for that afternoon. He fast-forwarded until he saw me on the screen, leaning on the counter looking bored. Then he slowed it down to real time. We watched. On the screen, I was just standing there. Then, my body language changed. I straightened up. I was looking at someone, off-screen to the left. I was talking, my lips were moving, I was nodding. I went through the motions of taking a pretzel, bagging it. I held my hand out like I was taking something. I looked down at my hand, and my face on the screen just went slack with shock. I remember that feeling, the cold dread washing over me. On the camera, it was clear as day. I looked terrified. Then I was talking again, my expression pleading. I held my hand out, offering something back. I paused, like someone was taking it from me. Then I just stood there staring, my eyes following something moving away from the counter, but there was no one else there. The camera showed the entire area in front of the counter. It was empty. The whole time, I was having a full, detailed conversation with absolutely nobody. My gestures, my reactions, they were all perfectly in sync with my memory of the event. But according to the tape, I was alone. Dave was quiet for a long time. He rewound it and played it again and again. "What the hell, man?" he finally whispered, his skepticism completely gone, replaced by a kind of fearful awe. "Who were you talking to?" I couldn't answer. I just felt cold, a deep, bone-aching cold that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. I had touched that dollar bill. I had felt the paper, seen the crease. The boy's fingers had brushed against mine, but the camera showed an empty space. I never saw that family again. I worked at that pretzel stand for another 6 months before I quit for a job at a movie theater, and I never saw anything like that again, but I've never forgotten it. Not for a single day. The thing that haunts me, the thing that keeps me up some nights even now, years later, isn't just that they weren't on camera. It's the mother's face, that utter, complete bewilderment. I've turned it over and over in my head. Was I seeing a family from the past, somehow slipped into our time, confused by the prices and the world? Or, and this thought is somehow even more terrifying, was I the one who was out of place for a moment? Did I slip into their time, 1950-something, and from their perspective, some weird kid in a strange uniform was demanding an impossible amount of money for a piece of bread? The silver certificate was real. I held it in my hand. It felt like any other dollar, just older and of a different kind. That was the proof, the one tangible thing that anchored the whole experience in reality. But the camera footage was proof of the opposite. It's the contradiction that eats at me. I can't reconcile it. I experienced something that, by all physical laws, shouldn't be possible. And I have 2 pieces of evidence that directly contradict each other, and both are true. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know what the tape showed. It was just a slow Tuesday afternoon in the summer of 2006. I was 16, bored, and selling pretzels in a mall. And for a few minutes something broke, and I was face to face with a mystery that I will never ever be able to explain. The silence after they left was the loudest sound I have ever heard. Story 4. It was one of those overcast days in late September, the kind where the sky looks like it's been smeared with ash, and the air feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. I remember waking up that morning with a weird sense of dread, but I brushed it off. Just one of those days, you know. I had to go to this old building downtown to help a friend with some cleanup. He's renovating the place, turning it into apartments, and he needed an extra pair of hands. I didn't think much of it at the time. I'd been there before, and it always gave me the creeps, but nothing I couldn't handle. The building is this massive brick thing from the early 1900s, with tall, grimy windows and a front door that groans when you open it. Inside, it smells like dust and decay, like old wood and something else I could never quite place. Kind of metallic, almost like rust or dried blood. But I always told myself I was imagining things. That day, I got there around 9 in the morning. The sun was struggling to break through the clouds, casting these weak, greyish beams through the dirty glass. And the whole place felt quieter than usual. Not peaceful quiet, but the kind of silence that feels like it's holding its breath. I was on the second floor, hauling some broken furniture into a pile near the staircase. My friend had left to get more supplies, so I was alone. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and every now and then I'd hear a faint scratching sound from the walls, like mice or something, but it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the work, but then around 11 o'clock, the temperature dropped. It wasn't just a draft. It was like someone had opened a freezer door. My breath came out in little puffs, and I could see the hairs on my arms standing up. I remember rubbing my hands together, thinking the heating must have cut out, but when I checked the thermostat down the hall, it was set to 70 degrees. That's when I started feeling really uneasy. I decided to take a break and sit on an old crate near the window. The room I was in used to be an office with peeling wallpaper and a dusty chandelier hanging from the ceiling. As I sat there, I heard a soft shuffling sound from the hallway. At first, I thought it was my friend coming back, but when I called out, no one answered. The shuffling got closer, and I stood up, my heart starting to pound. I peered out into the hallway, but it was empty, just that long, dark corridor with doors on either side. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw something move at the far end of the hall. It was a figure, solid black, like it was made of shadow. It was tall, way taller than a person should be, and it was wearing this oversized fedora hat and a long overcoat that brushed against the floor. The hat was tilted down, so I couldn't see a face, just darkness where its head should be. It didn't walk. It glided, smooth and silent, like it was floating an inch above the ground. My blood went cold, and I froze, my feet rooted to the spot. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. It was like every muscle in my body had locked up. The air around it felt thick, heavy, and I could smell something sour, like old sweat and rot. The figure stopped about 20 feet away from me, and it turned its head slightly, as if it was looking right at me. Even though there was no face, I felt its gaze, like a weight pressing into my skin. My chest tightened, and I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears, loud and frantic. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like jelly. Then it raised a hand, or what should have been a hand, but it was just a shapeless black mass, and it pointed at me. Not in an aggressive way, but more like it was acknowledging me, like it knew I was there. After a few seconds that felt like hours, it turned and glided into one of the rooms down the hall, disappearing into the darkness. As soon as it was gone, the temperature went back to normal, and I could move again. I stumbled backward, gasping for air, and leaned against the wall, my whole body shaking. I was drenched in cold sweat, and my hands were trembling so bad I could barely make a fist. I kept telling myself it was a trick of the light, or maybe I was just tired, but deep down, I knew it was real. I'd never been so scared in my life. I grabbed my phone and called my friend, my voice cracking as I told him I had to leave. He sounded confused, but I didn't explain. I just said I wasn't feeling well and bolted out of there. I drove home in a daze, my mind racing. The image of that thing was burned into my brain, that black form with the fedora and overcoat. It felt familiar, like I'd seen it somewhere before, but I couldn't place it. When I got home, I locked the door and sat on my couch, still shaking. I needed to know what I'd seen. I pulled out my laptop and started searching for anything about the building's history. It took a while, but I found some old newspaper archives online. The building used to be a courthouse and jail back in the 1920s, and there was a mention of an execution that happened on the grounds. A serial killer had been held there and hanged in the courtyard. My stomach churned as I read more. The killer was known for wearing a distinctive fedora and a long overcoat. He'd wear them during his crimes, according to the reports. They said he was executed in the early hours of a winter morning, and his body was buried in an unmarked grave nearby. I kept digging, and eventually I found a photograph from the archives. It was a black and white mugshot of the man, and when I saw it, my blood ran cold. It was him, the same fedora, the same overcoat, even the same tall, gaunt frame. His eyes in the photo were hollow, dead, but they seemed to stare right through me. I felt nauseous, like I was going to throw up. I had to close the laptop and sit there, breathing heavily, my skin crawling. The terror hit me all over again. This wasn't just some random ghost. It was the spirit of a serial killer trapped in that building. Or maybe he wasn't guilty. The articles mentioned some doubts about his conviction, but it didn't matter. The point was, I'd seen something that shouldn't exist, and it felt like it had been waiting for me. I thought about how it pointed at me, and a chill went down my spine. Was it trying to communicate? Or was it a warning? I spent the rest of the day in a haze, jumping at every sound, my mind replaying that moment over and over. As evening fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to do something. I'm not a brave person, but this experience left me with a gnawing curiosity, mixed with sheer dread. I started thinking about going back with a group, maybe some paranormal investigators or just friends who wouldn't think I'm crazy. I want to uncover the truth, to see if that spirit is still there, and why it showed itself to me. But even as I make plans, I'm haunted by that encounter. The memory of that black apparition seared into my mind, and I know I'll never be able to explain it away. Story 5. I threw on a hoodie and some jeans, grabbed a dim head torch from the drawer. The batteries were low, so it cast this weak, yellowish light that didn't reach far, and headed out. The air was chilly, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones, and I remember shivering as I stepped onto the dirt path leading into the woods. The trail cuts through a thick patch of forest that's been there forever, with tall pines and oaks blocking out most of the moonlight. I've lived around here my whole life, so I know the way by heart. But that night, everything felt different. The usual night sounds, crickets, owls, the rustle of leaves, were quieter, almost hushed, like the forest was holding its breath. I'd been walking for about 10 minutes, maybe less, when the first weird thing happened. A bunch of rabbits burst out of the underbrush and shot past me, not even veering around. They just bolted straight down the trail like something was chasing them. I stumbled back, my heart skipping a beat, and thought, what the hell? Then a deer crashed through the trees to my left, so close I could feel the wind from its movement. It didn't even look at me. Its eyes were wide with panic, and it vanished into the darkness ahead. That's when the fear started to creep in. Animals don't act like that unless they're spooked by something big, and my mind raced through possibilities. A bear, maybe, or a coyote. But I've seen those before, and this felt different. I kept walking, trying to shake it off, telling myself I was just being jumpy. The head torch flickered, making shadows dance in a way that made my skin crawl. I could hear my own breathing, a little too fast, and the crunch of my shoes on the gravel path seemed way too loud. Then, out of nowhere, this blood-curdling scream ripped through the silence. It wasn't human. At least, I don't think it was, but it was high-pitched and raw, like something in agony, and it came from right behind me. I froze solid, my legs turning to jelly. Every hair on my arm stood up, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I forced myself to turn around, and that's when I saw it. Under the sliver of moon, there was this pale white figure, tall and lanky, moving on all fours. It was maybe 50 feet away, and it was panting and growling. This low, guttural sound that made my stomach twist. Its limbs were too long, almost broken-looking, and it was sprinting toward me with a speed that didn't seem possible. I didn't even think. I just ran. My body took over, adrenaline surging so hard I felt like I was flying, but my feet felt heavy, like I was stuck in mud. I veered off the trail, crashing through bushes and branches that scratched at my arms and face. The head torch flew off my head and hit the ground, plunging me into near darkness. I tripped over something, a fallen log, and landed hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. For a second I just lay there gasping, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. Then I remembered the thing chasing me, and I scrambled to find cover. There was a small hole under the log, barely big enough for me to squeeze into. I wriggled in, pulling the log over me as best I could. It was heavy and damp, smelling of rot and earth. The space was tight, my knees pressed to my chest, and I could feel the cold, wet ground seeping through my clothes. I held my breath, listening. The panting and growling got closer, and I peeked through a crack in the log. That's when I saw its legs up close. They were mangled, like they'd been broken and healed wrong, with patches of pale skin stretched over bone. They moved in a jerky, unnatural way as it hurried past, its breathing loud and ragged. I could smell something foul, like old meat and dampness, and it made me want to gag. I pressed myself deeper into the hole, trying to make myself smaller, my whole body trembling. Time seemed to stretch out. I don't know how long I stayed there, but every second felt like an eternity. I heard it stop nearby, sniffing the air, and I thought for sure it had found me. My muscles were so tense they ached, and I had to bite my lip to keep from making a sound. Eventually, the noises faded, and the forest went quiet again. I waited what felt like forever before I dared to move. When I finally crawled out, my legs were stiff and shaky. The moon was higher in the sky, and I checked my phone. It was 12:43. I'd been hiding for over an hour. The realization hit me like a punch. I'd lost so much time just crouched in that hole, terrified. I stumbled back to the trail, my clothes covered in dirt and leaves, and ran the rest of the way to the milk bar. My lungs burned, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see that pale figure again. When I burst into the milk bar, the bell on the door jingled, and the owner, a guy in his 50s with a kind face, looked up from behind the counter. He took one look at me, my face probably pale and streaked with grime, and asked if I was okay. I mumbled something about tripping and falling, but he must have seen the fear in my eyes because he didn't push it. I bought the ice cream, my hands shaking so bad I almost dropped the money, and he offered me a lift home. I didn't argue, I just nodded and got into his old truck. The ride was quiet, and I stared out the window, watching the trees blur past, my mind racing. What was that thing? Why did it chase me? I've replayed it over and over, but I never got any answers. When I got home, my family was half asleep, and I just handed them the ice cream without saying a word. I went to bed, but I didn't sleep much that night or many nights after. The image of those mangled legs and that growling sound is stuck in my head. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I still feel that same icy fear. I never went back to that trail after dark, and I doubt I ever will. Whatever it was, it's out there, and I don't think I'll ever know. Story 6. I still can't sleep right when I think about that day. It was a Thursday, I'm pretty sure, because my sister usually drops off my niece on Thursdays after school, and that's when everything went from weird to downright terrifying. We'd been renting this old house for about 6 months, and from the start, little things felt off. Not like in the movies, nothing dramatic, just uneasy, like the air was always a bit too still, or the shadows in the hallway seemed to stretch longer than they should. But that day, it all came to a head, and I've never felt so helpless in my life. I woke up that morning with this heavy feeling in my chest, like something was pressing down on me. The house was quiet, too quiet, even for 7 in the morning. My daughter, she's 8, was still asleep, and I remember tiptoeing around because I didn't want to wake her. The first thing I noticed was the kitchen light flickering. It wasn't the bulbs. We'd changed them twice already. It was this slow, deliberate flicker, like someone was playing with the switch. I shrugged it off, thought maybe the wiring was just old. This house was built in the 1950s, and the landlord never bothered to update much. But then, as I was making coffee, I heard footsteps upstairs. Not the creaky kind the floorboards always made, but clear, heavy steps, like someone was walking from the bedroom to the bathroom. My heart jumped into my throat. I stood there frozen, listening, but it stopped after a few seconds. I told myself it was the house settling, or maybe the neighbor's kid running around, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. The morning dragged on, and I tried to keep busy. My daughter woke up, and we had breakfast. She didn't say much, just picked at her cereal, and I could tell she was feeling off too. She'd been having nightmares lately, waking up screaming about the man in the corner, but I always brushed it off as kid stuff. Around 10, my sister called to say she was dropping off my niece for the afternoon. My niece is 10, and she's usually bubbly and loud, but the last few times she'd been here, she'd been quiet, almost withdrawn. Once, a couple of weeks back, she told me in a whisper that something from our house had followed her home. She called it a demon, and she said it watched her from the hallway at night. I tried to laugh it off, told her it was just her imagination, but the way she said it, with her eyes wide and her voice shaking, it stuck with me. When my sister arrived, she seemed rushed, like always, and just dropped my niece off with a quick hug. I didn't mention the footsteps or the lights. I didn't want to sound crazy. The girls went off to play in the living room, and I tried to focus on cleaning up. But then the weird stuff started up again. Around noon, I was in the kitchen, and I heard a crash from the garage. We use the garage for storage, mostly, old boxes and some tools, and I figured one of the shelves had given way. I went to check, and when I opened the door, everything was exactly where it should be. No boxes fallen, nothing out of place, but the air in there was cold, way colder than the rest of the house, and it smelled faintly of damp earth, like after a rain. I shook it off and went back inside. The afternoon passed slowly, and the girls were playing with dolls in the living room. I could hear them laughing, and for a little while things felt normal. But then, around 3 o'clock, the lights flickered again, this time all through the house. Not just a quick blink, but a slow, rhythmic pulse that made the shadows dance on the walls. My daughter looked up at me, her eyes scared, and I forced a smile. "It's just the power," I said, but my voice came out shaky. My niece didn't say anything, just hugged her doll tighter. That's when the footsteps started up again, this time from the hallway. They were lighter now, almost like a child's steps, but there was no one there. I could feel the hair on my arm standing up, and my heart was beating so fast I thought it might burst. I told the girls to stay put and went to check the hallway. Empty. Nothing. But the feeling of being watched was so strong, it was like a weight on my shoulders. I came back to the living room and my niece was pale, staring at the doorway. "It's here again," she whispered, and I didn't have to ask what she meant. We tried to distract ourselves by watching TV, but the remote wouldn't work right. It kept changing channels on its own, stopping on static-filled screens. I ended up turning it off, and we just sat there in silence for a while. The house felt heavy, like the walls were closing in. I remember looking at the clock on the wall, watching the minutes tick by, and each one felt like an hour. The girls were getting restless, so I suggested they go play in the backyard for a bit. It was still light out, and I thought the fresh air might help. They went out, and I stayed inside, keeping an eye on them through the window. The backyard is small, with a patchy lawn and an old swing set, and beyond that, the garage. I could see them running around, laughing, and for a moment I felt a little relief. But then something made me look closer. They were near the garage door, which was open, because I'd left it that way earlier. They stopped playing and were just standing there staring into the garage. I couldn't see what they were looking at, but their postures had changed. They were stiff like statues. I opened the back door and called out to them. "What are you doing?" My voice sounded too loud in the quiet yard. They didn't turn around. I started walking toward them, and that's when I heard it too, a whisper. It was faint, almost like the wind, but it wasn't the wind. It was a voice, soft and familiar, calling their names. "Come here," it said, and it sounded exactly like my sister. Not like someone imitating her, but her voice, clear and sweet, the way she calls them when she's trying to get their attention. My daughter and niece both flinched at the same time. They looked at each other, their faces white with fear, and then they turned and ran toward me so fast they almost tripped. They crashed into me, clinging to my legs, and they were trembling all over. "Mom, did you hear that?" My daughter gasped, her voice high and panicked. "It was Auntie. She was calling us from the garage." My niece was crying, burying her face in my shirt. "It's the demon," she sobbed. "It's using her voice." I held them tight, my own hands shaking. I looked toward the garage, and for a second I thought I saw movement in the shadows inside, but it might have been my imagination. The whisper didn't come again, but the silence that followed was worse. It was thick and heavy, like the air before a storm. I hurried them back inside, locking the door behind us, and we huddled on the couch. The girls refused to let go of me, and I could feel their little hearts pounding against my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the neighbor or a trick of the wind, but I knew it wasn't. The voice had been too clear, too specific, and my niece's words from before echoed in my head. "A demon from your house followed me home." What if she was right? What if something had attached itself to us, to this house? The thought made me feel sick. I kept glancing around the room, expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just the ordinary living room, with its worn-out couch and the TV screen dark now. As the evening wore on, the house got quieter, but the fear didn't fade. Every little noise made us jump, the fridge humming, a car passing outside. The girls wouldn't go near the back door, and they kept looking toward the hallway like they expected someone to appear. I made dinner, but none of us ate much. We just picked at our food, sitting in silence. I remember the clock ticking, each tick sounding like a countdown to something worse. Around 7, my sister called to say she was on her way to pick up my niece. I didn't tell her what happened. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding insane. When she arrived, the girls ran to her, but they didn't say anything about the whisper. My niece just hugged her extra tight, and my sister gave me a curious look. "Everything okay?" she asked. I forced a nod. "Yeah, just a long day," I said, but my voice was thin. After they left, I put my daughter to bed. She didn't want to sleep alone, so I let her stay in my room. I lay there next to her, listening to her breathing, but I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, going over every strange thing that had happened since we moved in. The flickering lights, the footsteps, objects moving. Once I'd found a book on the floor that I was sure I'd left on the shelf. Little things, but they added up. And that whisper, it was the first time something had directly interacted with us, using a voice we knew. I must have dozed off eventually, because I woke up to the sound of something scratching at the door. It was soft, like fingernails on wood, and it was coming from the hallway. My heart slammed into my ribs, and I sat up, straining to listen. It stopped after a minute, but the fear stayed, cold and sharp in my gut. I didn't get up to check. I just lay there, holding my daughter close, until the sun came up. That was the day everything changed. We moved out a week later, couldn't stand to be there another night. But sometimes I still wake up in a cold sweat, thinking I hear that whisper calling from the dark, and I'll never forget the look on my niece's face when she said it followed her home. Whatever it was, it felt real, and it left a mark on all of us that I don't think will ever fade. Story 7. It was the summer between my junior and senior year of college, and my best friend Jessica had just moved into this old house with her mom and her mum's boyfriend, Frank. I'd driven down for a long weekend, partly to see her, partly to get away from my own life for a bit. I remember pulling up to the place on a Thursday afternoon. It was one of those big, boxy houses from maybe the 1920s, with a wide porch and paint that was peeling just enough to make you notice. It didn't look haunted, not in a scary movie way. It just looked tired. Jessica met me at the door, and her hug felt a little too tight, lasted a little too long. "I'm so glad you're here," she said, and her voice had a thin, stretched quality to it, like a wire about to snap. I didn't think much of it then. I just figured she was stressed from the move. The inside of the house was all dark wood and heavy furniture that didn't belong to them. Frank's stuff. He was a large man with a permanent scowl, and he didn't seem too thrilled to have a guest. He grunted a hello from his recliner in the living room, not even looking away from the TV. The air in the house felt thick, like walking through something you had to push against. I wrote it off as weird air conditioning. That first night, we stayed up late in her room, talking and laughing like we always did. Her room was upstairs at the end of a long hallway. Around 2 in the morning, we finally decided to crash. The house was dead quiet. The kind of quiet that feels heavy, like a blanket smothering everything. I was on an air mattress on the floor, just drifting off, when I heard it. Thump. A single, heavy footstep directly above us. My eyes snapped open in the dark. Jessica's room was the last one down the hall, and as far as I knew, there was nothing above us but the attic. Then another. Thump. And another. Thump. It was a slow, deliberate walking, a circuit. It would start somewhere over near what I guessed was the hallway, walk all the way across the ceiling above our heads, pause for a second, and then walk back. The footsteps weren't light or skittery. They were the solid, weighty steps of a full-grown man. I held my breath, my whole body rigid. I could hear Jessica's breathing from her bed had stopped too. "Jess?" I whispered, the word barely making it out of my throat. "It's just the house," she whispered back, but her voice was trembling. "It settles. It's old." But houses don't settle in a perfect pacing circle. They don't have footsteps that sound like they're wearing work boots. We lay there in the dark, not speaking, just listening to this thing walk over our heads for what felt like an hour. The worst part was the rhythm of it. It wasn't frantic or angry. It was patient. It was just patrolling. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just watched the sliver of light from the hallway under the door, waiting for it to be blocked by a pair of feet that never came. The next day, in the bright sunshine, it felt silly. We made breakfast and didn't talk about it. Frank was in a worse mood than the day before. He was slamming cabinet doors in the kitchen, muttering under his breath. At one point, Jessica and I were in the living room, and we heard a huge crash from the kitchen. We ran in to find every single upper cabinet door swung wide open. Frank was just standing there, pale, staring at them. "I didn't touch them," he said, and for the first time, he sounded scared instead of angry. "They just flew open, all at once." That was the first time I felt a real chill, a cold knot forming in my stomach. That afternoon, Frank got into a huge shouting match with Jessica's mom. I couldn't make out the words, just the rage in his voice. Later, I saw him carrying a pillow and a blanket out to his car. He slept in there that night. Jessica told me in a hushed tone that it wasn't the first time. The house, or something in it, didn't like him. It made its displeasure known. The second night, the footsteps came back. Same time, same slow, heavy pacing. This time it felt more aggressive, closer, like whoever it was stomping. We huddled in her room, the door locked, feeling like stupid kids but too terrified to do anything else. And then, around 3 in the morning, something slammed into her bedroom door. It wasn't a knock. It was a full-body thud, like someone had thrown their weight against it. The doorknob jiggled violently, the old wood of the door groaning in its frame. We both screamed. I remember scrambling backward on the air mattress, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break. The door held, but the feeling in the room changed. It went from scared to pure, undiluted dread. The air got cold, a deep, penetrating chill that seeped right into my bones. We could feel it, a pressure, a presence on the other side of that door that hated us. We were sure it was the man, the one who walked upstairs, and he was angry. The rest of the night was silent. The kind of silence that feels like a threat. My last night there, a Sunday, was different. Frank was gone, had left for a business trip, but we all knew he was just staying at a motel. The house was quiet. Not just silent, but peaceful. The oppressive weight was gone. The air felt light. We actually managed to laugh, to relax. We watched a movie and fell asleep without any fear. I remember thinking, it's him. It's all because of Frank's energy. The house was calm because he was gone. I woke up sometime later. The digital clock on Jessica's nightstand glowed red numbers. 3:18 in the morning. I needed to use the bathroom. The hallway light was still on, casting a dim yellow glow under the door. I felt calm, relieved even. The bad vibe was gone. I slipped out of the room as quietly as I could, not wanting to wake Jessica. The hallway was empty and quiet. I did my business in the bathroom, which was right next to her room, and stepped back out into the hall. I turned to go back to her room, and that's when I saw her, a woman. She was standing by the large, dark wood dresser that was against the wall opposite Jessica's door. She was facing away from me, looking towards the end of the hall. She was wearing a long, white nightgown, the kind made of thin cotton that went all the way down to her ankles. Her hair was long and black, a straight, glossy curtain that fell down her back. My first stupid thought was that it was Jessica's mom. But her mom had blonde, shoulder-length hair, and she wouldn't be just standing in the hallway in the middle of the night like a statue. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't scared at first, just deeply confused. My brain was trying to process what I was seeing, trying to find a logical explanation. A trick of the light? A shadow from the coat rack? Then, as if she felt me staring, she began to turn. It wasn't a normal turn. There was no shifting of weight, no movement in her feet. It was like she was on a spindle, a slow, smooth pivot towards me. I saw her profile first, a pale, gaunt cheek, the line of a nose. I still couldn't see her face, but I knew she was looking at me. I could feel her attention, a cold, focused beam. That's when the fear hit me. It wasn't a jolt, it was a wave of ice water that washed over me from head to toe. Every hair on my body stood up. My legs felt like they were made of wood. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even look away. She was fully facing me now, but her face, it was just darkness, a blur, like a smudge on a photograph. There were no features, just an impression of depth where a face should be. The long black hair framed this nothing. We stood like that for what felt like a lifetime, me trapped in the bathroom doorway, her hovering by the dresser. There was no sound, not even the hum of the refrigerator downstairs. The world had gone mute. The only thing I could feel was the cold. It was the deepest cold I have ever felt, a cold that didn't just chill my skin but seemed to freeze the air in my lungs and the blood in my veins. It was a cold that felt intelligent, malicious. And then she was gone. Not like she walked away or faded. She was just there 1 second, and then she wasn't. The space by the dresser was empty. The spell broke. I sucked in a ragged, painful gasp of air and stumbled the 3 steps back into Jessica's room, slamming the door shut and fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely turn the little knob. I collapsed onto my air mattress, pulling the blanket over my head like a little kid, shaking uncontrollably. I didn't sleep another wink. I just lay there, replaying that slow turn, that featureless face, that absolute soul-crushing cold. The next morning, I packed my bags in a daze. I couldn't look Jessica in the eye. I felt crazy. How do you tell your best friend you saw a ghost in her hallway? I decided not to say anything. I just wanted to get in my car and drive away and pretend it was a bad dream. We were standing on the porch saying our goodbyes when Jessica, her face serious, put a hand on my arm. "Hey," she said, her voice low. "I need to tell you something, and you're going to think I'm nuts." My heart started pounding again. "What is it?" She looked back at the house, then at me. "I've seen her. A woman. in a white nightgown with long black hair. She stands by the dresser in the hall. The world tilted. My mouth went dry. I could only stare at her. She must have seen the shock on my face because her eyes widened. You saw her too, didn't you? I just nodded, unable to speak. When? She whispered. Last night, I managed to get out. By the dresser. Facing away, then she turned. Jessica's face went ashen. She turned towards you? I nodded again. I've only ever seen her from the back, she said, her voice trembling. She's always just standing there, looking down the hall. Oh my God, you saw her face. What did it look like? I looked at my best friend's terrified face, standing in the bright morning sun, and I knew I could never, ever describe the void I had seen inside that frame of black hair. The confirmation was more terrifying than the sighting itself. We had both seen the same exact thing, down to the detail of the nightgown, without ever having spoken a word about it to each other. There was no doubt left. It was real. The man walking upstairs, the hatred for Frank, the woman in white. It was all real. The house wasn't just haunted. It was occupied by something that knew we were there, something that had made itself seen. I got in my car and drove away. I never went back to that house. Jessica and her mom moved out a few months later. We don't talk about it much. We don't have to. We both know. We both saw her. And sometimes, when I'm home alone at night and the house is too quiet, I find myself staring into the dark corners of the room, waiting to see a flash of white, terrified that one day she'll turn up again, and this time she'll be closer. Story 8. I was 16 when my stepdad died. It happened fast, some kind of illness that came out of nowhere and took him in just a couple of weeks. I was living a few hours away at the time, staying with a friend's family because things at home had been rough, and I never got the chance to say goodbye. That stuck with me, that emptiness of not having closure, of just hearing over the phone that he was gone. A few weeks after the funeral, my sister asked me to come over and help watch my baby niece. She had to run some errands and needed a hand, and I figured it would be good to get out of my own head for a bit. That day, I remember it was a Tuesday, and the sky was this dull gray, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or not. I got to my sister's house around 10 in the morning. Her place was a small, two-bedroom ranch-style home tucked away on a quiet street, the kind of neighborhood where you could hear kids playing down the block, but everything else felt still. The air inside was warm and smelled like baby powder and something faintly sweet, maybe from the lotion my sister used. My niece, she was about a year old then, with these big, curious eyes and a little tuft of hair that always stuck up. She was crawling around the living room floor when I arrived, babbling to herself and tugging at a stuffed bear. My sister gave me a quick rundown, where the diapers were, what time the baby usually napped, how to warm up a bottle, and then she was out the door, promising to be back by late afternoon. I remember feeling a bit nervous. I'd babysat before, but never for more than an hour or two, and never alone in a house that felt so quiet without her there. I played with my niece for a while, stacking blocks and making silly faces until she started getting fussy. Around noon, I gave her a bottle, and she drifted off to sleep in my arms. Her breathing was soft and steady, and for a moment, everything felt calm. I carried her to her room, laid her down in the crib, and tucked a light blanket around her. The room was small, with pale yellow walls, and a closet door that never quite closed all the way, leaving a slim crack of darkness. After I put her down, I went back to the living room and sank into the couch. It was one of those old, overstuffed couches that swallowed you up, with cushions that smelled faintly of dog, even though they didn't have a pet. I was tired, not just from the early morning, but from everything. The grief, the distance, the weird fog that had settled over me since my stepdad died. I leaned back and closed my eyes, not meaning to fall asleep, just wanting to rest for a minute. The house was so quiet, I could hear the hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen and the occasional car passing outside. That's when the sound started. At first, it was just soft thumps, like something being gently knocked over. I thought maybe it was the house settling, or the baby shifting in her crib. But then I heard giggles, light, airy giggles, that sounded exactly like my niece when she was playing. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up straight, listening hard. The giggles came again, drifting from down the hall, from her room. My heart started pounding, because I knew she was supposed to be asleep. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a dream or my mind playing tricks, but the sounds kept coming, intermittent and playful. I stayed on the couch, frozen, trying to rationalize it. Maybe she'd woken up and was babbling to herself, but the thumps were too deliberate, like someone was tapping on the floor. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the kind that makes the hairs on your arms stand up. I remember rubbing my eyes, thinking I must be half asleep, but the sounds didn't stop. They seemed to be moving, like someone was walking softly around her room. I could hear the faint creak of the floorboards, something I'd never noticed before. My breath caught in my throat, and I gripped the edge of the couch cushion, my knuckles turning white. Then, out of nowhere, a sharp, cheerful whistle cut through the silence. It was clear and loud, like someone whistling a tune right next to me, but it echoed from the hallway. I jumped up so fast I almost tripped over the coffee table. My heart was hammering against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. That whistle, it was familiar, a melody my stepdad used to whistle all the time when he was puttering around the house. He'd whistle it while fixing things or just walking through the rooms, a little habit I'd grown up with. Hearing it now in this empty house sent a jolt of pure fear through me. My first thought was that someone had broken in, some intruder hiding in the baby's room. I didn't even think. I just ran down the hall, my feet slapping against the hardwood floor. The door to her room was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open, my hands shaking. The room was dim, with the curtains drawn, but enough light filtered in to see my niece standing up in her crib, holding onto the bars. She wasn't crying or fussing. She was staring straight at the closet, her face lit up with a big, gummy smile, and she was laughing, this happy, gurgling laugh that usually made me smile too. But right then, it made my blood run cold. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner, expecting to see someone lurking. The closet door was still cracked open, that same sliver of darkness, but no one was there. The room felt empty, yet the air was thick, charged with something I couldn't name. I rushed over to the crib and picked my niece up, holding her close. She felt warm and solid in my arms, and she kept giggling, her little body wriggling with delight. I checked her over, making sure she was okay, but she seemed fine, just amused by something. My heart was still racing, and I could feel the adrenaline making my hands tremble. I carried her out of the room, glancing back at the closet one more time. Nothing. The hallway was silent again, the whistle gone as suddenly as it had come. I took her to the living room and sat with her on the couch, trying to calm down. She babbled and played with my fingers, completely unaware of how scared I was. For the next hour or so, I kept her with me, not wanting to let her out of my sight. I turned on the TV for some noise, but I couldn't focus on anything. My mind kept going back to that whistle, to the sounds I'd heard. Was I losing it? Grief does weird things to people, I knew that, but this felt too real. The house seemed different now, the quiet more oppressive. Every little noise, the tick of the clock, the rustle of the trees outside, made me jump. I kept expecting to hear that whistle again, or worse, to see something move in the periphery. Around 2 in the afternoon, my niece started getting fussy, so I figured it was time for a diaper change. I carried her back to her room, my steps cautious. The room felt normal again, just a kid's room with toys scattered on the floor and the crib in the corner. I laid her down on the changing table, which was set up against the wall opposite the closet. As I was unsnapping her onesie, she suddenly went still, her eyes fixed on the closet door. She pointed a chubby finger toward it and let out a soft, whispery sound. At first, I couldn't make it out. It was so quiet, almost like a breath. Then she said it again, clearer this time. Pops. That was the name she used for my stepdad. He'd only met her a handful of times before he got sick, but she'd taken to him right away, and she'd started calling him Pops because she couldn't say Grandpa. Hearing that word now, in her tiny voice, sent a shock through my system. It wasn't just the word, it was the way she said it, with this certainty, like she was greeting someone she knew. I froze, my hands hovering over the diaper, and looked at the closet. The door hadn't moved, but for a second, I thought I saw a shadow shift in the crack, something fleeting and dark. My breath hitched, and a cold dread washed over me. This wasn't some random noise. This felt intentional, personal. I finished changing her diaper as quickly as I could, my fingers fumbling with the tabs. My heart was pounding again, but this time the fear started to morph into something else. The terror I'd felt earlier, the idea of an intruder, slowly gave way to a weird, creeping calm. It was like a warmth spreading through my chest, easing the tightness in my shoulders. I picked my niece up, and she nestled against me, still looking toward the closet with a contented smile. I stood there for a long moment, just holding her, and the room felt different. Not scary anymore, but peaceful, almost comforting. The air smelled faintly of my stepdad's cologne, that musky scent he always wore, and I hadn't noticed it before. I carried her out of the room and back to the living room, but I didn't feel the urge to run or call for help. Instead, I sat on the couch with her, and we just stayed like that for a while. My mind was racing, but in a quieter way. I thought about my stepdad, how he'd always been there for me, even when things were tough. He wasn't a perfect guy, but he had a big heart, and he loved whistling those silly tunes. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense in a way I couldn't explain. It was like he'd come to say goodbye, to let me know he was okay, and to check on the baby. The fear melted away, replaced by this deep, aching sadness mixed with relief. I started crying, quiet tears that just rolled down my cheeks, and my niece patted my face with her little hand, like she understood. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. My sister came home around 4, and I helped her with dinner and played with the baby until it was time for me to leave. I didn't tell her what happened, not then, not ever, really. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? But that day stuck with me, burned into my memory like a photograph. The sounds, the whistle, the way my niece said "Pops," it all felt too real to dismiss. It wasn't some Hollywood ghost story. It was quiet and personal, something that happened in the ordinary spaces of life. And it left me with this belief that there's more out there, things we can't see or explain, but that touch us when we need it most. Even now, years later, I'll sometimes hear a whistle in a crowded room or catch a whiff of that cologne, and I'll remember that day and how it changed everything. I still don't have answers, just the feeling that he was there, and that's enough. Story 9. It was one of those perfect late September days, the kind that makes you forget summer is really over. The sky was that deep, endless blue you only seem to get in the fall, and the air was cool and crisp, carrying the smell of damp earth and dying leaves. My wife had packed a picnic, sandwiches, some of those apple cider donuts, a thermos of coffee, and we'd driven out to the Delaware Water Gap, to a nature reserve we'd been to a handful of times before. It was familiar, comfortable, a safe place. The 4 of us were there, me, my wife Sarah, and our 2 kids, Liam and Chloe. Liam's 13, all knees and elbows, and a constant low-level hum of sarcasm. Chloe's 10, still young enough to think a day in the woods with her family is a grand adventure. We'd eaten our lunch at a picnic table near the car, the kids bickering lightly over the last donut. And then we'd decided to walk it off on one of the main trails, the one that runs along a high ridge. The path is wide and well maintained, packed gravel and dirt. To your left, it's all uphill, a steep slope covered in a thick tangle of oak and maple. To your right, the ground just falls away. It's a cliff drop, not a sheer rock face, but a steep wooded decline that plunges down a couple 100 feet to the river valley below. There's a flimsy-looking wooden fence in some spots, just a couple of logs nailed between posts, more of a suggestion than a safety feature. Mostly, you're just walking along the edge of the world. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes, spaced out along the trail. I was in the lead, then Liam, then Sarah, with Chloe bringing up the rear, stopping every few feet to pick up a particularly pretty leaf or an interesting-looking rock. The sun was warm on my neck, and I remember feeling that specific, simple contentment you get on a good family day. Nothing was wrong. Everything was normal. The first sound wasn't even a sound I could properly identify. It was just a cessation of sound. The woods went quiet. Not just a little quiet, but dead silent. The constant chirping of chickadees and sparrows, the scuffling of squirrels in the leaf litter. It all just stopped, like someone had thrown a switch. I remember slowing down, my ears straining against the sudden vacuum of noise. I glanced back at Sarah, and she had that same puzzled look on her face, her head cocked to the side. Liam had stopped walking and was just looking around, and even Chloe had frozen, a red maple leaf in her hand, her head tilted up. Then the crashing started. It came from below us, down the cliffside in the dense trees. It wasn't the gentle rustle of a deer. This was violent. It was the sound of things breaking, big things. It was a series of loud, sharp cracks, the sound of thick branches, wrist-thick, snapping like dry twigs. Then a heavier, groaning, splintering noise like a whole tree being shoved over. The sound was moving, tracking parallel to the trail, but down below us, hidden by the canopy, it was getting louder, closer. My heart, which had been beating a steady, lazy rhythm, just slammed into my ribs. It was a physical jolt. I remember my mouth went completely dry, instantly. This wasn't right. Nothing in these woods makes a noise like that. Not a bear, not a moose. Nothing. Liam took a step back from the edge, his eyes wide, all the teenage bravado gone from his face. He looked like a little kid again. Sarah had reached out and pulled Chloe close to her, both of them staring down into the treetops. We were all frozen there on the path, a little family statue group, just staring over that rickety fence into the nothingness where the sound was coming from. The crashing reached a crescendo, a final, tremendous snap crunch that was so loud it felt like it vibrated in my chest. And then, in the silence that followed, something launched out of the trees. It came up from below the canopy and my brain just broke. It couldn't process what it was seeing. The first thing you registered was the sheer impossible size of it. It was massive. It erupted from the green in a burst of movement, and for a second, it was just a confusing shape of dark brown and grey against the blue sky. Then my vision focused, and the details burned themselves into my mind, each one more wrong than the last. Its wings. Oh God, its wings. They unfolded and they were just vast. I'm not good at estimating distances or sizes, but I'd put its wingspan somewhere between 30 and 40 feet. It was like watching a small airplane unfold itself from the trees, but this was alive. The wings were leathery, not feathery. They were like stretched, weathered canvas, dark and mottled with patches of a dull, grimy grey. You could see the bony structure of the fingers along the leading edge, pushing against the skin. Its body was all wrong too. As it cleared the trees, its legs swung down. They were long, too long, and they dangled underneath it like a heron's, but these weren't bird legs. They were reptilian. They were scaly, a pale, sickly grey-green color, and they ended in feet with long, curved claws that were just tucked up. They looked ancient, and its neck, it had a neck. It was sinewy and muscular, several feet long, and it stuck out in front of it, holding up the head. The head is the part I see when I close my eyes now. It was narrow, like a spear point, and it curved slightly at the end. It wasn't a beak, not like a bird's. It was more like a snout, but elongated and tapering to a point. It looked like the head of a pterosaur from a museum diagram. But this wasn't a fossil. This was flesh and blood and moving right in front of me, less than 100 yards away. It didn't make a sound, not a screech, not a cry, not even the rustle of its own movement. The only sound was the whoomp of its wings. It beat them twice. The first beat was a powerful deep thud of air that I felt more than heard. It was a pressure wave that hit me in the chest and made my ears pop. The thing rose higher, its long clawed feet now clearing the tallest trees. The second beat was slower, more deliberate, a tremendous heave that propelled it upwards at an angle across the gorge. The movement was unnervingly graceful for something so grotesquely huge. It wasn't frantic. It was controlled, powerful. I could see the way the skin on its wings tightened and flexed. I could see the way its long neck weaved slightly for balance. I could see the sun glint dully off its scaly legs. It was so close and so horrifically real. This wasn't a shadow or a trick of the light. This was a living thing, a biological creature, and every part of it screamed that it shouldn't exist, that it couldn't exist. Not here, not now, not in the real world. The terror wasn't just fear, it was a deep, cognitive dread. My mind was screaming error messages. It was the sheer, unnatural wrongness of it. The scale was wrong, the anatomy was wrong, the silence was wrong. It was like a piece of a nightmare had been cut out and pasted into the middle of my Tuesday afternoon. The whole event, from the moment it cleared the trees to the moment it vanished, lasted maybe 4 seconds. 5 at the most. It beat its wings those 2 massive times, gained altitude, and then just disappeared. It didn't fly away into the distance. It simply went behind the treetops on the other side of the ridge and didn't reappear. It was just gone. The woods were still dead silent. I don't know how long we stood there. It felt like an hour. I finally managed to turn my head, my neck stiff and cracking. I looked at my family. Liam was pale, his face a mask of pure, uncomprehending shock. He was just staring at the empty sky, his mouth hanging open. Sarah had both arms wrapped around Chloe, who had buried her face in her mom's jacket. Sarah's eyes met mine, and they were wide with a terror I'd never seen in her before. It wasn't just being scared. It was the terror of having your understanding of reality shattered. I stumbled over to them, my legs feeling like rubber. I put a hand on Liam's shoulder, and he flinched hard, like I'd electrocuted him. He finally looked at me, and his eyes were glassy. "Dad?" he whispered. His voice was thin and reedy. What was that? I had no answer. I just shook my head, my own heart still hammering a frantic, panicked rhythm against my ribs. I could feel the sweat, cold and clammy, on my back and under my arms. Sarah spoke, her voice trembling. "Did you see it? The legs, the neck?" We all started talking at once, our voices low and rushed, tripping over each other. It was huge. It didn't make a sound. Its head was like a lizard. The wings, they were like skin. It was real, wasn't it? It was real. We were comparing notes, not to convince each other. We all knew what we'd seen, but to try and build a consensus, to try and pin down this impossible thing with words. And the chilling part, the part that still keeps me up at night, is that we all described the same thing, identically. The wingspan, the leathery wings, the long reptilian legs, the sinewy neck, the narrow curved head. A 13-year-old boy, a 10-year-old girl, a rational, grounded woman, and me. We all saw the same monster. We didn't finish the hike. We turned around and started walking back to the car, and it was the fastest, most silent walk of my life. We were huddled together, a tight little knot of fear, all of us constantly scanning the sky, the trees, the path behind us. Every little sound, a twig snapping, a leaf falling, made us jump. The woods, which had felt so peaceful an hour before, now felt menacing, watchful. The beauty was gone, replaced by a deep, primal fear. We got to the car, fumbling with the keys, piling in and locking the doors, like that would do anything against what we'd seen. We just sat there for a few minutes, nobody saying anything. I was gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles were white. I could still feel the phantom pressure of those wing beats in my chest. We drove home in near silence. The kids fell asleep in the back, exhausted from the adrenaline crash. Sarah stared out the window, and I just focused on the road, my mind racing in useless, terrified circles. That was 3 weeks ago. We haven't talked about it much since. It's like we have an unspoken agreement not to. What is there to say? We saw something that can't be explained. We saw something that shouldn't be. I've tried to rationalize it. A crane? A heron? No, I've seen sandhill cranes. This was orders of magnitude bigger, and it didn't have feathers. A drone? A ultralight? It moved with a fluid biological grace no machine could replicate. Its body, the texture of its skin, the way its neck moved, it was alive. I looked up pterosaurs when I got home, my hands shaking as I typed. The descriptions, the skeletal structures, they matched what we saw. But that's impossible. They've been extinct for 66 million years. I keep going back to that moment. The 2 wing beats, the silence, the way it just vanished. I can't get the image of its head out of my mind. That narrow, curved, predatory shape silhouetted against the blue sky. I feel like I've been shown a crack in the world, a secret I was never meant to see. And now I can't unsee it. The world feels thinner, less solid. Like there are things just on the other side of what we know. Things that can just step through. I don't go hiking anymore, King. I look at the sky differently now. And sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I think I can still feel that deep, silent thump of its wings, a vibration in the air that wasn't sound, but presence. And I know, with a cold certainty, that it was real, and that I have absolutely no idea what it was or why it was there, or if it's still out there. And that's a fear I don't think will ever go away. Story 10. We were up in his room, which was basically the attic converted into a bedroom. It had slanted ceilings and a single window that looked out over the backyard. The room was cluttered with all sorts of junk, old comic books, a busted-up stereo, and a whole shelf full of pirated VHS tapes. Brandon's dad was into recording movies off the TV, so there were stacks of tapes with handwritten labels like Die Hard, TV Edit, or Back to the Future Part 2. They were piled haphazardly on this wooden shelf that was nailed to the wall, and it always looked like it was about to collapse, but it never did. That day, we were just lying on the floor, talking about stupid stuff, when the topic of urban legends came up. I don't even remember how it started. Maybe we saw something on TV or heard some older kids talking, but we got onto the myth about dialing 666 on a landline phone to talk to the devil. It sounded so ridiculous, but in that way that makes your skin crawl a little. Brandon had this old rotary phone in his room, one of those heavy beige ones with a coiled cord that stretched across the floor. It was connected, and we used it to call each other sometimes, but mostly it just sat there. What if we tried it? Brandon said, his voice low like he was sharing a secret. He had this glint in his eye that I knew meant trouble. I laughed it off at first, saying it was probably just a story, but he kept pushing. Come on, it'll be fun. What's the worst that could happen? Famous last words, right? I felt a mix of curiosity and this nervous excitement. My stomach was doing little flips, and I could feel my palms getting sweaty. The room seemed quieter all of a sudden, like the air had gone still. Outside, the sun was starting to dip, casting long shadows across the floor. I remember glancing at the VHS tapes on the shelf. They were just sitting there, innocently, but for some reason my eyes kept drifting back to them. We decided to go for it. Brandon stood up and walked over to the phone. It was on a small table near the door, and the dial made this loud clicking sound when you turned it. I stayed on the floor, cross-legged, watching him. My heart was beating a little faster now, and I had this weird feeling in my chest, like something was off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. The house was silent except for the occasional creak from the floorboards downstairs. Brandon's parents were out, so we had the place to ourselves. He picked up the receiver, and I heard the dial tone, that steady hum that always made me think of emergency calls in movies. "Ready?" he asked, and I just nodded, not trusting my voice. He started dialing. The first 6, click, click, click as the dial spun back. Nothing happened. The second 6, same thing. The room felt normal, but I noticed the light from the window seemed dimmer, like a cloud had passed over the sun. I shook it off, thinking I was just imagining things. Then he pressed the third 6. The moment his finger left the dial, it happened. It wasn't a slow thing, not like the shelf giving way under weight. It was sudden, violent. The entire stack of VHS tapes, dozens of them, flew off the shelf as if someone had shoved them with both hands. They didn't just fall, they were hurled across the room, crashing to the floor in a chaotic mess. The sound was deafening, plastic cracking, tapes spooling out, the thud of heavy cases hitting the wooden boards. It was so loud, it felt like the room itself had exploded. I froze for a second, my brain trying to process what I was seeing. The tapes were scattered everywhere, some of them broken open, with ribbon-like film spilling out. Dust motes danced in the air where they'd been, and the shelf was empty, swaying slightly like it had been hit. But there was no one there, no draft, no earthquake, nothing. It was as if an unseen force had pushed them. My heart slammed against my ribs, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. Brandon dropped the phone, and it clattered to the floor, the receiver making a static noise. His face was pale, eyes wide with terror. "What the hell?" he whispered, but I was already moving. I didn't think, I didn't plan, I just bolted. My legs felt like jelly, but I scrambled to my feet and ran out of the room, down the stairs. I didn't look back. I could hear Brandon shouting something behind me, but I didn't stop. The front door was unlocked, and I yanked it open, stumbling out into the late afternoon heat. I ran all the way home, my sneakers pounding on the pavement. Every shadow seemed to move. Every sound made me jump. I kept expecting something to grab me from behind, but nothing did. When I got to my house, I burst through the door, panting and shaking. My mom asked what was wrong, but I just mumbled something about feeling sick and went straight to my room. I didn't tell anyone what happened, not then, not for a long time. I just lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling, my heart still racing. The image of those tapes flying through the air was burned into my mind. The rest of that day is a blur. I remember the sun setting, the room getting dark, and me too scared to turn on the light. I kept thinking about the phone, about that number, and whether we'd actually summoned something. It felt stupid to even consider it, but the fear was real. I could still feel the chill that had run down my spine when the tapes fell, like a cold hand had touched me. Years went by, and I tried to put it out of my mind. Brandon and I drifted apart after that. We never talked about it again, and I avoided going to his house. Then just a couple of years ago, I heard the news. They found a body buried in the basement of that house. It was during some renovations, and the police were called in. I don't know all the details, but the rumor was that it had been there for decades, long before Brandon's family moved in. When I heard that, my blood ran cold. All I could think about was that day, the tapes, and the feeling that something was in that house with us. It's never made sense, and I still can't explain it, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I remember the sound of those tapes crashing down, and I wonder if we stirred up something that was better left alone. Story 11. It was a Tuesday, and I remember everything about that day, because it was the day everything shifted from just bad dreams to something that felt like it was leaking into my real life. I'd been having these dreams for years, since I was a kid, but they'd gotten more intense lately, especially after I turned 26. That morning I woke up feeling off, like I hadn't slept at all, even though I'd been in bed for 8 hours. My head was fuzzy, and there was this heavy weight on my chest, the kind that makes it hard to breathe, like someone was sitting on me. I've had sleep paralysis before, where I'm awake but can't move, and a pale, black-haired boy would be staring at me from the corner of the room, getting closer every time I blinked. But this was different. It was the aftermath of a dream that felt too real. I dragged myself out of bed, my limbs aching like I'd been running in my sleep. The air in my apartment was stale, and I could smell the leftover pizza from last night mixing with the scent of dust from the vents. My place isn't big, just a one-bedroom on the second floor of an old building with creaky floors and windows that rattle when the wind picks up. I've lived here for 3 years, and it's always felt safe, but that morning it didn't. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing there. Just the usual clutter. A stack of books on the coffee table, my laptop charging on the floor, and the TV remote lost somewhere in the cushions. I made coffee, my hands shaking a little as I poured the water. The machine gurgled and I jumped at the sound, which isn't like me at all. I'm not a nervous person. I work as a graphic designer, spending most of my days alone in front of a screen, and I'm used to quiet. But this was a different kind of quiet. It felt watchful. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the dreams messing with my head. For weeks I'd been dreaming about that wooden house. It started with the sleep paralysis, then dreams of the house burning down with me trapped inside, screaming but no sound coming out. Later I'd dream of a brighter version, like a home where the boy lived, and it felt familiar, like I'd been there before, like it was mine somehow. But the recent one, the one from last night, was the worst. I was a ghost in that wooden house, floating through the rooms, watching the boy play with a wooden toy on the floor. He was pale, with jet black hair that fell over his eyes, and he was humming a tune I didn't recognize. Then, out of nowhere, he looked up at me and screamed, this raw, piercing sound that felt like it was shredding my ears, and his eyes changed. The irises went completely black, with a thin red ring around them, and he looked so scared, like he was the one being tormented. I woke up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still there, watching him. That Tuesday I tried to work, but I couldn't focus. Every time I closed my eyes, even for a second, I'd see those black eyes with the red ring and my skin would crawl. I took breaks to walk around my apartment, pacing from the living room to the kitchen and back, trying to ground myself. The floors creaked under my feet, and I kept hearing other sounds, little taps and scratches that I usually blame on the pipes or mice. But today, they felt intentional, like someone was moving around when I wasn't looking. Around noon, I decided to take a nap on the couch, hoping to reset my brain. Big mistake. I fell asleep faster than I expected, and the dream picked up right where it left off. I was back in the wooden house, but this time it was daytime, and sunlight streamed through the dusty windows. I could smell pine and old wood, like a cabin in the woods, and I felt weightless, drifting through the hallway. The boy was there again, sitting on the floor near a fireplace, stacking blocks. He looked happy, almost peaceful, and for a moment I felt a weird sense of calm, like I was protecting him. But then he turned his head slowly and his eyes met mine. They were normal at first, brown, I think, but then they darkened, the pupils expanding until the whole iris was black, and that red ring appeared, glowing faintly. He didn't scream right away, he just stared, and I felt this cold dread seeping into me like ice water in my veins. He opened his mouth and the scream came out, but it was different, deeper, more guttural, and it echoed through the house, making the walls vibrate. I tried to move, to get away, but I was stuck, floating there, forced to watch as he curled into a ball, sobbing now, and I knew somehow that I was connected to his pain. It was like I was feeling it too, this sharp, stabbing agony in my chest. I jolted awake on the couch, sweating and disoriented. The room was dim. I must have slept for a couple of hours, and the sun was starting to set. My throat was dry, and I could still hear that scream ringing in my ears. I sat up, rubbing my face, and that's when I felt it. The presences. 2 of them. One felt like it was just observing, a neutral, almost curious energy, like someone standing in the corner watching me. The other was malevolent, heavy and dark, pressing down on me from all sides. I've never believed in ghosts or spirits, but this was undeniable. I could feel them in the air, like a change in pressure before a storm. My skin prickled, and I had this urge to look behind me, but I was too scared to move. I forced myself to get up and turn on the lights. The overhead bulb flickered for a second before steadying, and I flinched. I went to the kitchen to get water, my legs wobbly, and as I filled a glass from the tap, I saw something out of the corner of my eye, a shadow moving near the hallway. It was quick, just a flicker, but it was there. I spun around, but nothing was there. Just the empty hallway leading to my bedroom. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. I drank the water, but it didn't help. My mouth still felt like sandpaper. I decided to call a friend, but when I picked up my phone, my hands were shaking too much to dial. I put it down and instead sat on the floor, leaning against the couch, trying to breathe deeply. That's when I noticed the temperature drop. It was getting colder, like someone had opened a window, but all the windows were shut. I wrapped my arms around myself, and my breath came out in little puffs of mist. I could see it in the dim light, actual condensation in the air. That's not normal for my apartment. The heating is usually too good, if anything. I started to panic, my breathing getting shallow, and I felt like I was going to pass out. Then I heard a whisper. It was faint, almost inaudible, but it was there. A soft, hushed sound like someone saying my name. I froze, my blood running cold. I don't have any neighbors who do that, and I live alone. I stood up slowly, my knees cracking, and I walked toward the hallway. Every step felt like I was walking through mud, and the malevolent presence grew stronger, like it was waiting for me. I reached my bedroom door, which was slightly ajar, and I pushed it open. The room was dark, but I could make out the shape of my bed and the dresser. Nothing seemed out of place, but then I saw it. On the wall opposite the bed, there was a faint shimmer, like heat haze, and for a split second I thought I saw the outline of that wooden house superimposed over my own wall. It was gone in an instant, but the image burned into my mind. I backed out of the room, my heart in my throat, and hurried back to the living room. I turned on the TV for noise, some random news channel, but I couldn't focus on it. The observing presence felt closer now, like it was right behind me, and I kept twisting around to check, but there was nothing. I felt like I was going crazy. I thought about leaving, going to a hotel or something, but I was too terrified to step outside. What if it followed me? What if this was all in my head? But the cold air and the whispers felt too real. I sat on the couch again, pulling a blanket over me, but it didn't help with the chill. I could still feel both presences, one like a silent witness, the other like a threat hanging over me. As the night wore on, things got worse. I started hearing footsteps, light ones, like a child running, but when I looked, no one was there. Then, around midnight, I heard a crash from the kitchen. I rushed in to find a plate shattered on the floor, one I'd left in the sink. It could have fallen, but it was placed neatly on the counter earlier. I cleaned it up, my hands trembling as I picked up the pieces, and that's when I saw him. In the reflection of the window over the sink, I saw the boy standing behind me, his pale face and black hair clear as day, those black eyes with the red ring staring right at me. I spun around, but he was gone. The image was so vivid, though, that I stumbled back, hitting the counter, and a sharp pain shot through my side. I spent the rest of the night on the couch, too scared to sleep with all the lights on. Every noise made me jump. The hum of the fridge, the wind outside, even my own breathing. The malevolent presence felt like it was circling me, and I could almost smell something burnt, like the wood from my dreams. I kept my eyes open, staring at the wall, and I thought about the boy. Why was he in my dreams? Why did I feel connected to him? It was like we were tied together across some invisible line, and his torment was becoming mine. I've never believed in past lives or any of that stuff, but this felt like a memory, something buried deep that was clawing its way out. The sun started to rise, casting a weak light through the windows, and the presences began to fade. The cold lifted, and the feeling of being watched lessened, but it didn't go away completely. I was exhausted, my body aching, and my mind was a mess. I still don't know what happened that day, why it all came to a head, or what those presences were. I've tried to rationalize it, stress, lack of sleep, maybe even carbon monoxide. But I have a detector, and it's fine. This felt different. It felt real. And now, whenever I close my eyes, I see those black eyes with the red ring. And I feel that connection, like I'm still there in that wooden house, watching him scream, and I can't explain any of it. Story 12. I still don't know how to make sense of what happened that day. It's been months, but I can't shake the feeling, like something stuck in my throat every time I try to talk about it. I guess writing it down might help, even if no one believes me. Honestly, I'm not sure I believe it myself anymore. It all started on a Saturday. I remember because I'd been cooped up in my apartment for what felt like forever, working late shifts and just feeling drained. I needed to get out, clear my head, so I decided to take a drive. I live in a city, but not too far out. There's this stretch of desert and small towns that people say are quiet and peaceful. I'd never been, but I figured why not? I packed a bag with some water and snacks, threw on jeans and a t-shirt and headed out early, around 8 in the morning. The drive was boring at first, just highways and flat land, but after a couple of hours, the scenery changed. The air got drier and everything started to look dusty and faded. I rolled down the windows to let the breeze in, but it was hot already, the kind of heat that makes your skin feel tight. I remember the radio cutting in and out, static mostly, so I turned it off and just listened to the hum of the engine. My mind was wandering, thinking about stupid stuff like work and bills, but also about this X-Files episode I'd watched a few nights before. You know, the one with Scully and that family in the desert town? The boy who could make people disappear. It had creeped me out more than I wanted to admit, but I shook it off as just TV nonsense. I pulled into this little town around 11 o'clock. It wasn't much. A few rundown buildings, a gas station, a diner that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s. The place was dead quiet. I didn't see anyone on the streets, just a couple of old trucks parked haphazardly. I figured I'd stop for lunch before maybe doing a short hike or something. My stomach was growling, and I could smell something faintly greasy in the air. I parked my car near the diner and went inside. The bell above the door jingled, and it was dim in there, with faded checkered tablecloths and a counter with stools. An older guy behind the counter nodded at me but didn't say anything. I took a booth by the window where I could see the street. The air conditioning was blasting, but it felt stale, like it was just recirculating old air. That's when I noticed them. A family sitting in a booth across from me, a man and a woman, probably in their late 30s, and a boy who looked about 9 or 10. They were all dressed in plain clothes, kind of worn out, and they were eating in silence. No talking, just the clink of forks on plates. The boy had this vacant look in his eyes, like he was staring right through everything. It gave me a weird vibe right away, but I tried to ignore it. I ordered a burger and fries from the waitress, who seemed tired and uninterested. As I waited for my food, I couldn't help but watch them. The parents were focused on their meals, but the boy would occasionally glance around, and once he caught my eye. He didn't smile or look away. He just held my gaze for a second too long. It made the hairs on my arms stand up. I remember thinking, this is stupid, he's just a kid. But something felt off, like the air around them was heavier or colder. I shook my head, telling myself I was letting that X-Files episode get to me. My food came, and I started eating, trying to distract myself. But then I heard the boy speak. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper, but in the silence of the diner, it carried. He said, "I don't think they love me." Not to anyone in particular, just out into the air. The parents didn't react at all. They kept eating like they hadn't heard him. My heart skipped a beat. It was such a sad, lonely thing to say, and it reminded me of that episode where the boy felt unloved before everything went crazy. I finished my meal quickly, paid, and got out of there. The heat outside hit me like a wall, and I decided to walk around a bit to shake off the weirdness. The town was even quieter now, if that was possible. I passed a few houses with overgrown yards and dusty windows, but no signs of life. I ended up near what looked like an old playground, swings rusted, slide peeling paint. And that's where I saw them again, the family standing by the swings. The boy was on one, swinging slowly, while the parents stood off to the side, not talking. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to them. Maybe it was curiosity, or maybe some part of me wanted to make sure the kid was okay. I walked over, trying to act casual. "Hey there," I said. "Nice day, huh?" The parents turned to look at me, and their expressions were blank, like mannequins. The boy stopped swinging and looked at me with those same intense eyes. The man spoke first, his voice flat. "We're just passing through." The woman nodded, but didn't say anything. I asked where they were headed, but the man just shrugged. Then the boy said, "Sometimes I wish I could make it all go away." My blood ran cold. It was almost word for word from that episode. I forced a smile and said, "Kids say the darndest things, right?" But no one laughed. I decided to leave them alone and started walking back toward my car. But as I did, I glanced over my shoulder and I saw the boy raise his hand. He snapped his fingers. It wasn't a loud snap, but in the quiet, it echoed. And then, I swear to God, they were gone. Not like they walked away. 1 second they were there, the next, nothing. The swings were still moving slightly, but the family had vanished into thin air. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. I blinked a few times, thinking my eyes were playing tricks on me. But no, the playground was empty. I ran over to where they'd been, my feet kicking up dust. Nothing, no footprints, no sound, just the creak of the swings. I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body, and my hands started trembling. This couldn't be real. I looked around wildly, but the town was still deserted. No one had seen it but me. I rushed back to my car, fumbling with the keys. My mind was racing. Was this a prank? Had I imagined it? But it felt too vivid. The heat, the dust, the boy's voice. I got in and drove out of there as fast as I could, not looking back. The whole drive home, I kept checking the rear-view mirror, half expecting to see them following me. But the road was empty, just me and the desert. When I got home, it was already getting dark. I locked the door and sat on my couch, shaking. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. I kept replaying it in my head, the snap, the disappearance. It was like that episode had come to life, and I was the one left standing there, wondering what the hell happened. I've never told anyone this before, because who would believe me? But sometimes, late at night, I think about that boy and his family. Did they really disappear? Or did I just lose my mind for a minute? I don't know, and I probably never will. All I know is that day changed something in me, and I can't look at the world the same way anymore. Or story 13. Our house is one of those places built back in the 70s, with wood paneling in the living room and those old, thick carpets that seem to soak up every sound. We moved in about a year ago, and almost from the start, things felt off. Not in a big way at first, just little things that made the back of my neck prickle. My husband, he grew up in a house that was haunted, his words, not mine. So he's always been a bit more dismissive about it. He'd say, houses settle, or it's just the wind. But even he's had to admit something isn't right here. Our son, he's 7. He's seen things too, and that's what really gets to me. Kids don't make this stuff up. The activity always seems to ramp up around 3 in the morning. I've lost count of how many times I've woken up to footsteps pacing in the ceiling, like someone's walking back and forth in the attic, even though there's nothing up there but dust and old boxes. Then there are the knocks, sometimes soft like a polite tap, other times hard and sudden like someone's angry, and the voices. I've heard them whispering, never clear enough to make out words, just a low murmur that seems to come from the walls. The weirdest part is the cat. We don't have a cat, but I've seen one, a grey, shadowy thing that darts out of the corner of my eye and vanishes when I turn to look. My son mentioned it once without me bringing it up. He said he saw a kitty in the hallway, and that sent a chill right through me. But the day I'm talking about, it was different. It started like any other day. I woke up tired, because I'd been up half the night hearing things, and the lack of sleep was weighing on me. The sky was overcast, the kind of grey that makes everything feel heavy and still. I remember making coffee, the smell filling the kitchen, and trying to shake off the unease from the night before. My husband was already at work, and my son was at school, so the house was quiet, too quiet. That's when I first noticed it. A cold spot in the hallway right near the stairs. I'd felt it before, but that morning it was more intense, like stepping into a freezer for a second. I rubbed my arms and told myself it was just the draft from an old window, but I knew it wasn't. As the day went on, little things kept happening. I was putting away groceries in the pantry, and a can of soup fell off the shelf for no reason. It wasn't near the edge, it was tucked in the middle. I picked it up, my hands a bit shaky, and put it back. Then, later, I was in the living room and heard a faint knock from the basement door. I froze, listening, but it didn't come again. I texted my husband just saying, "It's happening again," and he replied with, "Try to ignore it." But ignoring it isn't easy when your heart is pounding and you feel like you're being watched. By the time evening rolled around, I was on edge. My son came home from school and we had dinner. Nothing fancy, just pasta and sauce. He seemed fine, chattering about his day, but then he stopped mid-sentence and looked toward the hallway. "Mom, did you see that?" he asked, his voice small. I felt my stomach drop. "See what, honey?" I said, trying to keep my tone light. "The kitty," he said and pointed. There was nothing there, but the way he said it, so sure and calm, made the hair on my arms stand up. I hugged him and told him it was probably just a shadow, but I didn't believe it. After I put him to bed, the house grew quiet again, and that's when the real dread set in. I tried to distract myself with TV, but every creak and groan of the house made me jump. Around 11, my husband came home and I told him about the day. He listened, his face tired, and said, "Maybe we should think about moving." "But we can't just up and leave. We're stuck here for now." He went to bed early, and I stayed up, too wired to sleep. I must have dozed off on the couch, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a sound from upstairs. Footsteps, not the usual creaks, but deliberate steps, like someone walking from one end of the hall to the other. I sat up, my heart hammering in my chest, and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was just past 2 in the morning. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps stopped, and then I heard a soft knock from the kitchen. It was so clear, like someone tapping on the counter with their knuckles. I got up, my legs feeling weak, and crept toward the kitchen. The house was dark, except for the faint glow from the streetlights outside. As I reached the doorway, I saw it, the phantom cat, or what I think is a cat. It was a dark, shapeless form slinking along the baseboards, and then it vanished into the shadows near the fridge. I stood there, frozen, my skin crawling. I've seen it before, but never so solid looking. It didn't feel like an animal. It felt like something else, something wrong. I decided to go back to the couch, but as I turned, I heard a whisper from the living room. It was low and raspy, like an old person's voice, but I couldn't make out the words. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I wanted to wake my husband, but I didn't want to scare him or have him think I was losing it. So I just stood there listening until the whispering faded away. That's when the feeling started, the sense that there were two people in the house with me, a man and a woman. I've felt it before, but tonight it was stronger. It wasn't like I saw them. It was more like a pressure in the air, a presence that made the room feel crowded. I could almost picture them, an older couple, maybe from when the house was new, just standing there watching. The air grew colder, and I wrapped my arms around myself, shivering. I checked the clock again. It was getting close to 3 in the morning. That's when things always get worse. I sat back on the couch, pulling a blanket over me, and tried to calm down. But then the footsteps started up in the ceiling again, faster this time, like someone was running. Thump, thump, thump. It was so loud I thought it would wake the whole house. I looked up, half expecting to see the ceiling crack, but it was just the same old white plaster. Then the knocks began, not just one or two, but a rapid series of them, coming from different parts of the house, from the walls, the doors, even the floor. It was like someone was knocking on every surface at once. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, but it only got louder. My heart was racing so fast I felt dizzy, and I could hear my own breathing, ragged and shallow. That's when I heard the voices again. This time they were clearer, but still not words I could understand. It sounded like arguing, a man and a woman, their tones sharp and angry. I covered my ears, but it didn't help. The sound seemed to come from inside my head. I felt a tear roll down my cheek. I was so scared, so utterly helpless. I thought about my son sleeping upstairs, and I hoped he wouldn't wake up to this. The footsteps in the ceiling moved toward the stairs, and I heard them coming down, step by step, creaking on the old wood, like someone was descending slowly. I held my breath, staring at the staircase, but there was nothing there, just the sound. Then, at the bottom, I felt a cold breeze, and the temperature dropped so suddenly that I could see my breath in the air. My teeth started chattering, and I pulled the blanket tighter. The knocks and voices faded, and for a moment it was quiet. Too quiet. I thought maybe it was over, but then I saw movement by the front door. It wasn't the cat this time. It was a shadow, tall and human-shaped, lingering for a second before disappearing. I felt a wave of nausea, my stomach twisting into knots. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was rooted to the spot. Then, from the kitchen, I heard a crash. I jumped up, my legs shaking, and hurried over. A vase that had been on the counter was on the floor, shattered into pieces. It hadn't been near the edge. It was in the middle, like someone had pushed it off. I stood there, staring at the broken ceramic, and that's when I felt a hand on my shoulder. Not a physical hand, but a pressure, cold and heavy, like someone was resting their palm there. I spun around, but no one was there. The feeling lingered, though, and I rubbed my shoulder, my skin tingling. I looked at the clock. It was exactly 3 in the morning, the peak hour. The footsteps started up again, this time in the hallway right outside the kitchen. I could hear them getting closer, and I backed against the counter, my hands gripping the edge. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, and I could smell something old and dusty, like mothballs and decay. Then everything stopped. The footsteps cut off mid-step. The cold vanished and the pressure lifted. The house was silent, completely silent, like someone had flipped a switch. I stood there for what felt like forever, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. The fear didn't go away. It just settled into a dull ache in my chest. I eventually made my way back to the couch and sat there until the sun came up, too terrified to move. When my husband came down in the morning, he found me still sitting there, wrapped in the blanket, and he knew without me saying a word. He just hugged me, and we didn't talk about it. That was the worst it's ever been, and it hasn't happened again since. But I'm always waiting for it. I don't know who the man and woman are, or why they're here, but I feel them every day, lingering. And that cat, I still see it sometimes, out of the corner of my eye. I don't have any explanations, and I probably never will. I just know that whatever is in this house, it's real, and it's not going away. Story 14. I still get chills thinking about that day in rural Thailand. It wasn't supposed to be anything more than a side trip, something to break up the monotony of backpacking. I'd heard whispers about this village tucked away in the hills, a place where time felt like it had stopped, and people lived by old traditions. I was curious, always have been, about local customs, especially the ones that sounded a little offbeat. So I hired a motorbike and headed out early one morning, the sun just starting to burn off the mist clinging to the rice paddies. The ride was bumpy, all dirt roads and potholes that jarred my bones. I remember the smell of damp earth and something sweet, like overripe fruit hanging in the air. By the time I reached the village, it was around mid-morning, and the place was quiet, almost too quiet. A few wooden houses on stilts, chickens scratching in the dirt, and an old man weaving baskets under a tree. He didn't even look up as I passed. I felt like an intruder, but I pushed on, drawn by this itch to see what was really going on. I'd heard about the herbal shop from a traveler a couple days back. He said the woman there had this uncanny youthfulness, like she'd found the fountain of youth in a bottle of herbs. Sounded like a bunch of nonsense, but I figured why not check it out. The shop was at the edge of the village, a small shack with bunches of dried plants hanging from the eaves. The door was open, and I could smell this mix of earthy scents. Ginger, lemongrass, and something else, something sharp and almost metallic. When I stepped inside, it took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the dim light. The woman behind the counter looked like she was in her 20s, smooth skin, bright eyes. But there was something in the way she moved that felt older, more deliberate. She introduced herself as the shopkeeper, her voice soft but with an edge to it. I asked about her herbs, and she started showing me jars and pouches, explaining how each one could heal or rejuvenate. But my eyes kept drifting to this corner of the room, where a small shadowy figure was perched on a shelf. At first, I thought it was a statue or a doll, but then it moved. It was small, about the size of a cat, with dark, matted fur and long limbs. Its face was wrinkled and oddly human-like, but with these sharp, intelligent eyes that followed me around the room. The woman noticed me staring and gave a little smile. She said it was a fey spirit, something her family had kept for generations. She called it a guardian, said it helped keep her young. I didn't get it at first. How could a spirit do that? But then she explained that it would lick her skin at night, and that's what kept her looking so fresh. I felt a shiver run down my spine. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, but there it was, real and breathing. I inched closer, curious despite the unease building in my gut. The spirit was watching me, its head tilted. Its hands were like tiny human hands, but with long fingers that twitched every now and then. The woman reached out and stroked its head, and it made this low, purring sound. She said it was harmless, a blessing. But then as I stood there, something shifted. The light from the doorway caught it just right, and for a split second I saw its true form. The fur seemed to ripple, and underneath I could make out this monkey-like shape, but twisted, almost grotesque. Its eyes glowed with a faint yellowish light, and its mouth opened slightly, revealing needle-sharp teeth. I stumbled back, my heart hammering in my chest. The woman just laughed, like it was all a joke, but I knew what I saw. She must have seen the fear on my face because she started talking faster, trying to calm me down. She said I could have one too, that she could help me bind a spirit to myself. She pulled out this bangle from under the counter, a simple silver band that gleamed in the dim light. She said if I wore it, the spirit would attach to me, and I'd never have to worry about aging again. It was tempting, I won't lie. Who doesn't want to stay young? But something in her eyes made me hesitate. It was too eager, too desperate. I was about to ask more when another woman rushed into the shop. She was older, with deep lines on her face and worry in her eyes. She grabbed my arm and pulled me aside, her grip surprisingly strong. She said she was Kid's aunt. I didn't know who Kid was, but she didn't explain. She started whispering urgently, telling me to leave, to not take the bangle. She said the transfer wasn't safe, that if you neglected the spirit, it could turn violent. She described how it would start small, maybe scratching or biting, but if you didn't feed it or care for it properly, it could get worse, much worse. She said she'd seen it happen to others in the village, people who thought they could handle it but couldn't. Their skin would wither, or they'd have nightmares, or worse, the spirit would attach to someone else in the family without consent. My head was spinning. I looked back at the shopkeeper, who was glaring at Kid's aunt, her friendly demeanor gone. The spirit on the shelf was staring at me now, its eyes locked on mine, and I felt this cold dread wash over me. Kid's aunt kept talking, her voice low and rushed. She said the spirits aren't gifts, they're burdens. They come with a price, and if you don't pay it, they'll take what they're owed in other ways. She mentioned how the glittering bangle might seem like a treasure, but it could carry ghosts, things that would haunt you long after the youth faded. I didn't know what to do. Part of me wanted to run, but another part was frozen, fascinated by the horror of it all. The shopkeeper stepped forward, holding out the bangle again, her smile tight. She said I didn't have to listen to the old woman, that she was just jealous. But Kid's aunt shook her head, her eyes pleading with me. She said, "Go now, before it's too late." That snapped me out of it. I mumbled an apology, shoved my hands in my pockets and hurried out of the shop. The sun was higher now, beating down on the village, but I felt cold, like I'd stepped out of a freezer. I didn't look back, just headed straight for my motorbike. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely start the engine. As I rode away, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that monkey-like thing following me. The rest of the day is a blur. I made it back to my guest house by late afternoon, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to move, every noise made me jump. I kept thinking about that bangle, how it gleamed in the dark, and the spirit's eyes. I didn't sleep much that night, just lay there staring at the ceiling, wondering what would have happened if I'd taken it. The idea that something so innocent-looking could hide such darkness, it left me unsettled in a way I've never felt before. Even now, months later, I sometimes wake up in a cold sweat, remembering that day. I never found out what happened to Kid or his aunt, or if the shopkeeper is still there, looking young while that spirit licks her skin. But I learned my lesson. Be wary of glittering gifts, because they might just come with ghosts attached. And that's something I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. Story 15. It was a Tuesday, I think, because Tuesdays are always the slowest. The snow had been coming down for days, and everything was buried under this thick white blanket, the kind of cold that seeps right through your clothes and into your bones, no matter how many layers you've got on. I remember pulling into the parking lot around 10 that night, and the snow was already piling up against the doors. I had to shovel a path just to get inside. The station's this old run-down place with flickering fluorescent lights and a smell of stale coffee and gasoline that never really goes away. There's a single bathroom around back, and it's always a little creepy because it's tucked away from the main area and the door sticks sometimes. The night started like any other. I stocked the shelves, wiped down the counters, and made a fresh pot of coffee just to keep myself awake. I had my phone out, scrolling through social media, but the Wi-Fi here is spotty at best, so it was mostly just killing time. Every now and then, a truck would pull up for gas, but nobody came inside. It was that kind of quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat, and the silence starts to feel heavy, you know, like it's pressing in on you. Around 1 in the morning, I was starting to doze off a little, leaning against the counter and watching the snow fall outside. The windows were fogged up from the heat inside, and I remember wiping a circle clear with my sleeve just to see if anything was out there. Nothing but darkness and snow. Then, at exactly 1:30, I checked the clock because it's become a habit now. The bell above the door jingled, and this guy walked in. He was an older man, maybe in his 60s, with thinning grey hair and a gaunt face. He was wearing this thin jacket, like one of those windbreakers you'd wear in the fall, and it was soaked through from the snow. No hat, no gloves, just shivering uncontrollably. His skin was pale, almost greyish, and he had this dazed look in his eyes, like he wasn't really there. He didn't even glance at me or the snacks. He just shuffled straight toward the bathroom at the back of the store. Now, the night before, something similar had happened. Another older man came in around the same time, looking just as disoriented, and he went into the bathroom and never came out. I found him dead on the floor after about half an hour. The paramedics said he'd frozen to death, probably trying to warm up in there. His skin was grey, and there was this weird metallic smell like old coins or something. It was horrible, and I'd been trying to put it out of my mind all day, so when this new guy walked in, my heart just dropped. I felt this cold knot tighten in my stomach, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was seeing a ghost or something. But this guy was different in one way. He smiled at me as he passed by. It wasn't a warm smile. It was kind of vacant, like he was forcing it. Then he stopped near the counter and put down a small bag of chips and a candy bar, just cheap snacks from the aisle. "Mind if I leave these here while I use the restroom?" he asked. His voice was raspy, like he hadn't had water in days. I nodded, too freaked out to say anything, and he headed off toward the bathroom. I watched him go, and the door clicked shut behind him. The bathroom lock is one of those old ones that you have to jiggle to get it to work, and I heard it engage. For a minute I just stood there, staring at the snacks on the counter. They were ordinary, a bag of potato chips and a chocolate bar, but something about them felt off. Why would he leave them there? Was he planning to come back and pay? It didn't make sense. Time started to drag. I kept glancing at the clock, watching the minutes tick by. 5, 10, 15 minutes. The store was silent, except for the hum of the freezers and the occasional crackle from the radio I had on low. I tried to distract myself by rearranging the gum display, but my hands were shaking. Every little noise made me jump. The creak of the building settling, the wind whistling outside. I could feel the cold from outside seeping under the door, and I kept pulling my jacket tighter around me. After about 20 minutes, I started to get really anxious. I remembered the night before, how I'd waited 30 minutes before checking on that other man, and how I'd found him dead. My mind was racing. What if this guy was in trouble too? What if he'd collapsed? But he'd seemed okay, aside from looking disoriented. I decided to give it a few more minutes, but my gut was telling me something was wrong. At the 30-minute mark, I couldn't take it anymore. I walked over to the bathroom door and knocked lightly. "Hello? You okay in there?" No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. The silence from the other side was unnerving. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my palms were sweaty despite the cold. I fumbled for the key to the bathroom. We keep it behind the counter for emergencies. and my hands were trembling so bad I almost dropped it. I unlocked the door and pushed it open slowly. The bathroom is small, just a toilet, a sink, and a mirror. The light was on, but the room was empty. Completely empty. No man, no belongings, nothing. The floor was dry, and there was no sign that anyone had been in there. I stood there for a second, just staring, my brain trying to process what I was seeing. It didn't make any sense. I'd watched him walk in, heard the lock click, and now he was gone. Then I remembered the snacks. I rushed back to the counter and they were gone too. The bag of chips and the candy bar had vanished. I scanned the floor, thinking maybe they'd fallen, but there was nothing. My heart was pounding now, and I felt this wave of dizziness. I leaned against the counter to steady myself, and that's when I decided to check the security footage. We have a basic system, a couple of cameras that cover the entrance and the main area. I went to the back room where the monitor is, and my hands were still shaking as I rewound the footage to around 1:30. The video is grainy and black and white, but it usually picks up everything. I watched as the man walked in, smiled, put the snacks down, and headed to the bathroom. Then I fast-forwarded, expecting to see him come out, but he never did. The footage showed me standing around, waiting, and then going to check the bathroom. But there was no record of him leaving. It was like he'd just disappeared into thin air. I played it back again and again, but it was the same. No one came out of that bathroom. No one took the snacks. They were just gone. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body, and I had to sit down because my legs were giving way. This wasn't like the night before. That was tragic, but explainable. This was something else entirely, something impossible. I called my boss, but he didn't answer. It was the middle of the night after all. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? A man vanished from a locked bathroom and snacks disappeared. It sounded crazy. So I just sat there, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. The rest of the night was a blur. I don't think I moved from that spot until my shift ended at 6 in the morning. Since then, things have been weird. The bathroom door creaks open on its own sometimes, even when it's locked. I've heard it happen a few times, and every time I freeze up. I can't bring myself to go near it. I just stand there, listening, waiting for something to come out. But nothing ever does. It's like whatever happened that night left a mark on this place, and now it's haunted. I keep thinking about that man's smile, how empty it was, and the way he asked to leave his snacks. It's those little details that stick with me. The metallic smell from the night before, the grey skin, and now this. I don't know if it was a ghost or some kind of trick of the mind, but it felt real. It still feels real. Every time I work the overnight shift, I'm on edge, waiting for the bell to jingle again. And when it does, I can't help but wonder if it'll be him, or someone like him, coming back to leave something behind that I'll never understand. Story 16. I left his place around 10. The air was that cold, damp kind that seeps right through your jacket. My car's heater was struggling, blowing lukewarm air that just moved the chill around. The headlights cut 2 weak cones through the darkness, not really illuminating much, just making the blackness outside the windows feel even thicker. I was on this long stretch of gravel road called Old Mill Route. It's the kind of road people use as a shortcut, but nobody really lives on. Woods on both sides, mostly, with the occasional field that's gone back to weeds. No streetlights, just you, your car, and the dark. I had my phone plugged in, playing a podcast through the Bluetooth. It was some true crime thing, but I wasn't really listening. My mind was just wandering, thinking about work the next day, what I needed to get from the grocery store, normal stuff. The gravel was crunching under my tires, a steady, rhythmic sound that was almost soothing. Then I saw it, up ahead, on the right side of the road. There's a utility pole there, one of those old, weathered wooden ones, and at its base, One of those small white crosses you see where someone died in a car accident. A roadside memorial. I'd passed it a dozen times before and never thought much of it, but tonight there was a figure standing next to it. My first thought wasn't even fear, it was just confusion. Who the hell stops their car to stand next to a memorial cross on a deserted gravel road on a freezing cold night? My brain tried to rationalize it. A cop? A utility worker? But they'd have a vehicle. There were no other cars. The road was empty in both directions. As I got closer, the headlights washed over it, and the details snapped into focus. It was tall, really tall, and impossibly thin. It was wearing a long, dark coat that went all the way down to the ground, and a wide-brimmed hat, like a fedora, pulled down low so I couldn't see its face. It was just standing there, completely motionless. It wasn't leaning against the pole. It wasn't shifting its weight. It was a statue. A cold knot started to tighten in my stomach. This wasn't right. This wasn't some guy waiting for a ride. The posture was all wrong. It was too still. It felt like it had been standing there for 100 years. I did what anyone would do. I slowed down. Not a lot, but I took my foot off the gas, letting the car coast. I didn't want to stop, but some part of me needed to get a better look, to confirm that my eyes were playing tricks on me in the bad light. The crunching of the gravel got quieter as I slowed. That's when the first thing happened. My podcast cut out. Not like a bad signal, where it gets choppy. It just stopped. Dead silence from the speakers. I glanced down at my phone. The screen was still on. The podcast app was still running. The timer was ticking forward. But there was no sound. A second later, the little Bluetooth symbol at the top of the phone screen vanished. Disconnected. Damn it, I muttered, reaching for the phone to try and reconnect it. That's when the radio snapped on. It was so loud it made me jump. The volume was cranked, way louder than I ever listened to music, and the song that was playing. All Our Times Have Come. It was Don't Fear the Reaper by Blue Oyster Cult. My blood went cold. Not a chill, a full-on deep freeze sensation that started in my spine and spread out to my fingertips. That song. On a classic rock station, sure, it could come on, but the radio hadn't been on. I'd been using Bluetooth. The radio shouldn't have been on, and the volume. I fumbled for the knob, my hand shaking, and turned it down. The music was still there, clear as day, filling the car. But now they're gone. I was passing the figure now. My car was maybe 10, 15 feet away from it. I couldn't help but look. I turned my head, and through the passenger side window I stared right at it. It was still motionless, but I felt it was aware of me. That's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't just a thing standing there, it was a presence. It felt heavy, like the air around it was denser. I couldn't see its face under that hat, but I knew with a certainty that terrified me that it was looking back at me. It was aware of my car, of my slowing down, of the radio blaring that specific song. It was drinking in my fear. This wasn't like earlier in the evening when I'd driven past the river and seen a misty shape near the bank I'd written off as a fisherman. This was different. That had been vague, almost peaceful. This was sharp, focused and malicious. My foot found the accelerator again. I didn't stomp on it. I was too scared to make any sudden moves. I just pressed down steadily, wanting to put distance between me and that thing by the pole. The car picked up speed. The gravel crunching got louder again, competing with the radio. I forced my eyes to the rearview mirror. I had to see. I had to know if it was still just standing there. It was, but it wasn't. The figure itself was still by the pole, a dark cutout against the grey wood. But in the mirror, right in the center of my field of view, was a patch of darkness, a blot. It was like a hole had been torn in the night behind my car. It wasn't a shape. It wasn't a person. It was just an absence of light, a deeper black that moved with me. It was keeping pace with the car. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my throat. I swallowed, my mouth dry as dust. I looked over my shoulder, out the back windshield. Nothing. Just the receding road, the utility pole, and the figure beside it getting smaller. It was still standing there. I snapped my eyes back to the rearview mirror. The patch of darkness was still there, right in the middle of the mirror, a perfect circle of void. It wasn't getting smaller. The pole and the figure were shrinking into the distance, but this stain was staying the exact same size, as if it was glued to the back window. Okay, just drive, I whispered to myself. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I was gripping it so tight my hands were starting to ache. I focused on the road ahead, the yellow line I couldn't really see on the gravel, just trying to breathe. The song kept playing. Romeo and Juliet. It felt like it was taunting me. The lyrics were just slithering into my brain. I reached out and jabbed the power button on the radio. The music cut off. The silence that followed was somehow worse. It was a thick, expectant silence, broken only by the crunch of gravel and the hum of my engine. For a few seconds it was quiet. I dared to hope. I glanced in the rearview mirror again. The patch of darkness was gone. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. It was a shaky, ragged sound. My whole body was trembling. Maybe it was over. Maybe it was just a weird glitch, a trick of the light and my own tired mind. I kept driving, my eyes flicking between the road and the mirror, waiting for it to come back. It didn't. The road behind me was just dark. Normal dark. I started to relax, just a fraction. The tightness in my chest eased a little. I was coming up on the junction where this gravel road met the paved county highway. Just another minute or two. Once I was on pavement, with proper lines and signs, I'd feel better. I'd call someone just to hear a human voice. I looked in the rearview mirror one more time, a quick, nervous check. It was back. My breath caught in my throat. It wasn't in the distance anymore. It was close. It filled the entire mirror now, a wall of pure blackness. I couldn't see the road behind me at all. It was like someone had painted the back window with tar. A wave of nausea washed over me. This wasn't possible. I jerked my head to look over my shoulder, out the actual back windshield. Nothing. Just the empty road receding into the night. But in the rearview mirror, the darkness was absolute. And it was getting closer. I don't mean the car was backing up. I mean the darkness in the mirror was swelling, bulging forward, like it was pushing its way out of the reflective glass and into the car itself. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The engine roared, the back tires fishtailed slightly on the loose gravel, spitting stones. I didn't care. I just had to get to the highway. The speedometer climbed, 40, 50, 60. On a gravel road, that feels like you're flying. The car was bouncing, the steering wheel vibrating in my hands. I didn't look in the mirror again. I couldn't. I just stared ahead, my eyes wide, praying to see the stop sign at the junction. And then I felt it. The temperature in the car dropped. It wasn't the faulty heater. This was an instant bone-deep cold, the kind that makes your teeth ache. My own breath plumed in front of my face in a white cloud. The air felt thick, hard to breathe, like I was sucking it through a wet cloth. And there was a smell. A dry, dusty smell, like an attic that's been sealed for decades, mixed with the metallic tang of old coins. I was sobbing now, just dry, heaving sobs of pure terror. I was almost there. I could see the intersection up ahead, the dark shape of the stop sign. The radio snapped back on, no static, no lead-in, just the song, picking up right where it left off. But now it was distorted, slow, the vocals dragged out and guttural. Come on, baby. Don't fear the Reaper. The voice wasn't the singer's anymore. It was a low, whispering rasp that seemed to come from right behind my head, from the back seat. I screamed. I couldn't help it. A short, sharp yell of pure panic. I didn't stop at the stop sign. I blew right through it, skidding onto the smooth pavement of the county highway. the tires screeching in protest. I kept the gas pedal floored, 70, 80 miles per hour. I didn't look back. I didn't check the mirror. I just drove, my body shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face, freezing in the icy air inside the car. I drove for 10 minutes, 20, not even sure where I was going, just putting miles between me and that road. Slowly the cold began to recede. The smell faded. After another few minutes, the radio, which had been playing that horrible slowed-down version of the song, suddenly cut off, replaced by the cheerful, oblivious voice of a late-night DJ talking about an upcoming concert. I pulled over onto the shoulder of the highway, my entire body trembling. I put the car in park and just sat there, my forehead resting on the steering wheel, crying from sheer relief and residual terror. I sat there for a long time. When I finally felt like I could move, I looked in the rearview mirror. It was just a mirror again. It showed the empty back seat and the dark road behind me. Everything was normal. I drove straight home, locked the door, and didn't sleep that night. I haven't been back on Old Mill Route since. I take a 20-minute detour now to get to my friend's house. People ask me why, and I just say there's too much gravel. It's hard on my tires. I still think about it every single day. The stillness of it, the heavy awareness, the way the Bluetooth died and the radio came on with that song. But the thing that haunts me the most, the thing that keeps me up some nights, is the memory of looking in that rearview mirror and seeing not a person, not a figure, but just a patch of darkness that followed me. A patch of darkness that knew I was there. And the feeling, the absolute certainty, that if I had looked into that darkness for 1 second longer, I would have seen something looking back. Story 17. It was late October of 2022, and the air in northern Georgia had that perfect crisp bite to it that makes you feel alive and also a little bit on edge. My buddy, let's call him Mark, owns a good chunk of private land tucked back in the lower Appalachians. It's the kind of place you can only get to by a dirt road that feels like it's trying to shake your truck apart, and once you're there, you're surrounded by nothing but woods and hills. We had a big group up there that weekend, maybe 8 of us total. The plan was simple: hang out, shoot some targets during the day, and get up early to deer hunt. The day had been a good one. A lot of laughing, the crack of gunfire echoing through the hollows, the smell of gunpowder and pine needles mixing together. We'd set up camp in a small clearing, a decent spot with enough flat ground for a fire pit and our tents. My choice for the night was a hammock I'd strung up between 2 pines, a little ways from the main cluster of tents. I liked the idea of sleeping under the stars, the gentle sway, all that. I'd done it before without any trouble. The night got late, real late. After we'd burned through most of the firewood and the stories started repeating, someone got the bright idea for a Waffle House run. So a few of us piled into a truck and made the winding half-hour drive to the nearest one. The fluorescent lights of the Waffle House were a jarring contrast to the deep darkness we'd just left. We ate our greasy food, drank bad coffee, and joked around, finally heading back to camp around 3 in the morning. By the time I crawled into my hammock, the camp was quiet. Everyone else had crashed. I could hear the soft, rhythmic snores coming from Corey's tent, which was maybe 20 yards away from me on the other side of the dead fire. The air was cold, much colder than I'd anticipated, and I was kicking myself for not bringing a heavier sleeping bag. I was wearing long johns, thick socks, a hoodie and a beanie, but the cold just seeped right through the hammock's fabric and into my bones. This is where it all starts. I just couldn't get comfortable. It wasn't just the cold. It was one of those states of exhaustion where your body is dead tired but your brain is buzzing, wide awake. Every little sound was amplified. The rustle of a leaf, the distant call of some night bird, the creak of a tree branch. I was staring up at the sky through the canopy of pine needles, watching my breath make little clouds in the moonlight, just trying to force myself to relax. I'd been lying there for what felt like forever, probably about half an hour, just wrestling with my own restlessness, and then I heard it. It came from the woods, not from the direction of the tents, not from the direction of the trucks, but from the deep, dark thicket behind my hammock. The voice was clear, but it had a strange quality to it, like it was cutting through the cold air without any effort. It was a man's voice, and it was saying, "Hey, Corey." It sounded exactly like Corey. Not kinda like him, exactly like him. It had that same slight drawl, the same pitch, the same casual, friendly tone he uses when he's trying to get someone's attention without being loud. My first, immediate thought was that he'd gotten up to take a leak and was messing with me. I lay perfectly still, listening. The snoring from his tent had stopped. Or had it? I couldn't tell anymore. My own heart was starting to beat too loud in my ears. "Hey, Corey." There was a pause, just a second or two. Then it came again. "Hey, Corey." It was 50 yards away, maybe a bit more. The woods there are dense, a tangle of young pines, briars, and fallen logs. No one would just be standing out there in the middle of the night. It was calling from a place where there was no path, no reason for anyone to be. My body went rigid. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a pure animal reaction. Every muscle tensed. The fine hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. I remember the feeling of the cold nylon of the hammock against my cheek, suddenly feeling less like a cozy cocoon and more like a trap. I was completely exposed, strung up between two trees with my back to the sound. "Hey, Corey." It kept going. The same phrase, in the same tone, with the same cadence. It wasn't getting closer, but it wasn't moving away either. It was just there. A presence in the woods, announcing itself by mimicking my friend. I started counting in my head, a way to try and ground myself, to prove I wasn't dreaming. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. By the time I got to 10, it had called out 4 more times. This is when the old stories I'd heard my whole life started bubbling up from the back of my mind. I grew up in this region. You hear things. You don't talk about them much in the bright light of day. But around a campfire or in a situation like this, they come rushing back. Stories about things that call your name from the woods. Things that sound like people you know. The rule is simple, a piece of folklore passed down like an heirloom. You never, ever answer. You never go looking. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, which was stupid because the rest of me was freezing. It was a sickening, clammy feeling. My fingers were curled into fists, my nails digging into my palms. I was holding my breath without realizing it, only letting it out in shallow, silent puffs, when my lungs started to burn. I wanted to turn my head. I wanted to look. The urge was a physical pull, a deep, primal curiosity screaming at me to just peek over the edge of the hammock and see what was out there. But the fear was stronger. It felt like a hand was pressing down on my chest, pinning me in place. "Hey, Corey." The voice was so normal. That was the worst part. It wasn't a ghostly moan or a demonic shriek from a movie. It was a perfect imitation of a friend's voice, used in a context that was utterly terrifyingly wrong. It was a tool, and it felt intelligent. It felt like it was trying to lure something or someone. I squeezed my eyes shut, like a little kid hiding from a monster, hoping if I couldn't see it, it couldn't see me. I focused on the feeling of the beanie on my head, the rough texture of my hoodie's fabric, anything to anchor myself in reality. But the voice was the reality. It was real, and it was happening. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was an animal? But no animal sounds like that. Maybe it was one of the other guys playing a prank. But to get to that spot, they'd have to have crawled through a nightmare of thorns and branches in pitch blackness. And for what? A joke that no one was even awake to appreciate? And the voice, it was too perfect. It was Corey's voice. The calls continued, steady, persistent. Hey, Corey. Pause. Hey, Corey. It was like a recording on a loop, but a recording that was alive and present in the trees. I could pinpoint its location, a fixed spot in the impenetrable darkness. I imagined a shape standing there, just beyond the first line of trees, its mouth moving, forming those familiar sounds. I didn't want to imagine a face. Then, after what my internal clock told me was about 15 seconds from the first call, it stopped. The silence that followed was somehow louder and more oppressive than the voice had been. It was a heavy, waiting silence. My ears were straining, trying to filter through the normal night sounds for anything else. A footstep, a rustle, the sound of something moving through the undergrowth. But there was nothing. Just the absence of that voice. I lay there, frozen, for what felt like an hour. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I was worried it would shake the whole hammock. Every part of me was screaming to get up, to run to one of the tents, to wake everyone up. But I couldn't move. What if it was waiting for me to move? What if the sound of me unzipping my sleeping bag, of my feet hitting the ground, was the trigger? So, I stayed put. I stared at the fabric of the hammock's bug net, watching the faint moonlight on it. And I just waited. I must have fallen asleep out of sheer exhaustion, because the next thing I knew, the grey light of dawn was filtering through the trees. The world was returning to normal. Birds were chirping. I could hear someone, I think it was Mark, stirring in his tent, the sound of a zipper. I sat up slowly, my body stiff and aching from the cold and from being tensed up all night. My first action was to look over at Corey's tent. The rainfly was still zipped shut. I looked toward the spot in the woods where the voice had come from. It looked exactly the same as it had the day before, a mess of trees and shadows. But now the shadows were less menacing in the morning light. As people started to emerge, yawning and stretching, I tried to act normal. I helped get the fire going again, my hands shaking a little as I balled up newspaper. When Corey finally crawled out of his tent, looking bleary-eyed and tired, I just came out and asked him, "Hey man, did you get up last night? Around 3:30? He looked at me like I was crazy. "What? No, I was out cold. That Waffle House food knocked me out. Why?" I just shook my head and said, "No reason. Thought I heard something." I didn't press it. I asked a couple of the other guys casually if they'd been up. They all said the same thing. They'd slept hard. No one had been awake. No one had been in those woods. We went about our day. We went deer hunting, but I was useless. My head wasn't in it. Every snap of a twig made me jump. The woods, which had always felt like a second home to me, a place of peace and quiet, felt completely different. They felt watchful. The feeling wasn't a sudden, dramatic shift. It was a deep-seated unease that had settled into the very soil and the air. The comfort was gone, replaced by a constant, low-level hum of dread. The trees didn't feel like trees anymore. They felt like pillars holding up a ceiling of secrets, and I'd heard one of them. I never told anyone the full story that weekend. What was I supposed to say? But a few months later, I was talking to Mark on the phone, and the subject of his land came up. I mentioned in a roundabout way that I'd had a weird feeling that last camping trip. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then he said, "Yeah, I don't like being out there after dark by myself anymore." He went on to tell me that he'd been out there hog hunting a couple of times at night since then, and things had happened. He said his thermal scope would pick up these shapes that didn't look right, that moved in ways that didn't make sense, that would just vanish. He said he once heard something walking around his truck, circling it. But when he shined his spotlight, there was nothing there. No footprints, no sound, nothing. He said the woods just feel wrong now. He didn't know about the voice. I didn't tell him. But his story confirmed everything I was feeling. It wasn't just me. Something had changed. To this day, I can close my eyes and hear it. Not as a memory, but with the same clarity as I heard it that night. "Hey, Corey." It's burned into my brain. I don't go camping much anymore, and I sure as hell don't sleep in a hammock. I think about what would have happened if I'd answered, if I'd called back, "What?" If I'd gotten up and walked toward those trees to see who was calling for my friend. But I didn't. I followed the old warning, and I'm here to tell about it. But I'll never know what was in those woods using his voice, and I don't think I ever want to. Story 18. The things went downhill fast after that. I started chemo, and it was brutal. The nausea, the weakness, the way my hair fell out in clumps in the shower. Some days I couldn't get out of bed. My partner took time off work to care for me, and I felt guilty, seeing the worry in their eyes every time they looked at me. We'd been together for years, and this wasn't how I imagined our life going. Nights were the worst. I'd lie awake listening to the hum of the fridge or the distant sirens outside and wonder if I'd ever see another spring. Then came the hospital stay. It was early November, the kind of grey, chilly day that makes everything feel heavy. I'd spiked a fever overnight, and my oncologist said I needed to be admitted for monitoring. The hospital was familiar by then. The long hallways, the beeping monitors, the way everyone moved with a purpose that didn't include me. They put me in a room on the 4th floor, one with a window overlooking a parking lot. I remember the view, because I spent a lot of time staring at it, watching cars come and go, people living their normal lives while mine was on pause. That particular day I felt worse than usual. My body ached deep in my bones, and every breath was an effort. The nurses came in and out, checking vitals, adjusting IVs, their voices soft and professional. My partner had gone home to grab some clean clothes and rest for a bit, promising to be back by evening. I was alone, and the silence in the room felt thick, suffocating. I tried to watch TV, but the shows just blurred together, and I kept dozing off, only to wake up disoriented, not sure where I was. It was late afternoon when he walked in. I hadn't heard the door open, but suddenly there he was, standing by the foot of my bed. At first, I thought he was just another doctor making rounds. He was tall, dressed in a white coat, with those large gold-rimmed glasses that caught the light from the window. His hair was neat, dark with a bit of grey at the temples, and he had this calm, steady look about him. He introduced himself, but I don't remember his name. It was something ordinary, like Dr. Smith or Johnson, the kind you forget 5 minutes later. What stuck with me was his voice. It was low and reassuring, almost soothing, like he'd done this 1,000 times before. He started asking me questions about how I was feeling, and I found myself answering without hesitation. There was something about him that made me want to talk, to spill everything. I told him about the pain, the fear, the nights I cried myself to sleep thinking I wouldn't make it. He listened, nodding, his eyes behind those glasses focused on me like I was the only person in the world. Then he said the words that lodged deep in my brain. "You're going to be okay." Not in a generic, empty way, but with a certainty that felt real. He explained that my body was fighting hard, that the treatments were working even if it didn't feel like it, and that I had to hold on to hope. I remember feeling a warmth spread through me, a flicker of something I hadn't felt in months. Actual hope. It was like a weight lifting off my chest. He reached out to adjust my IV line, and that's when it happened. His hand brushed against my arm, and it was ice cold. Not just cool, like from washing his hands, but freezing. The kind of cold that seeps into your skin and makes you shiver. I flinched, and he pulled back, apologizing with a small smile. But in that moment, something shifted. I looked at his hand, pale, with long fingers, and then up at his face. His glasses seemed too perfect, like they were part of a costume, and his eyes didn't quite meet mine in a normal way. It was like he was looking through me, not at me. My heart started pounding, slow at first, then faster. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he'd been outside or the room was cold, but the thermostat read 72 degrees and I was under blankets. I glanced at the door, half expecting a nurse to come in, but no one did. The hallway outside was quiet, just the occasional distant voice or cart rolling by. He kept talking, repeating that I'd be okay, but now his words felt hollow, rehearsed. I wanted to ask him who he was, what department he was from, but my throat felt tight and the words wouldn't come. Then he did something else that set off alarms in my head. He picked up my chart from the end of the bed, but he didn't really look at it. He just held it, his fingers tracing the edges, and I noticed there was no pen in his pocket, no stethoscope around his neck like the other doctors. Little details started adding up. The way his coat didn't have a hospital ID badge, the fact that I hadn't heard him come in or out, and that cold touch. It hit me all at once. This man wasn't real, or at least he wasn't supposed to be here. My breath caught, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature. It was fear, raw and sharp, mixed with this weird sense of awe, like I was witnessing something beyond understanding. I must have made a noise or something, because he paused and looked at me, his head tilted. "Is everything all right?" he asked, and his voice was still calm, but now it sounded distant, like it was coming from far away. I managed to nod, too scared to speak. What if I was hallucinating from the meds? I'd heard of patients seeing things during chemo, but this felt too vivid, too detailed. I could see the dust motes dancing in the light around him, the way his glasses reflected the fluorescent bulbs overhead. He smiled again, a gentle curve of his lips, and said, "Remember, you're stronger than you think." Then he turned and walked toward the door. I watched him, my eyes glued to his back, and he just faded. Not like a ghost in a movie, but like he stepped into the shadows and wasn't there anymore. 1 second he was there, the next the door was closed and I was alone. I sat there, frozen for what felt like hours. My heart was racing and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead. I kept replaying it in my head. The cold touch, the glasses, the way he vanished. Was I losing my mind? The room felt smaller, the walls closing in. I pressed the call button for the nurse, my hand shaking. When she came in, a kind woman named Maria, who'd been taking care of me for days, I blurted out, "Who was that doctor who just left?" She gave me a puzzled look. "What doctor? No one's been in here since I checked on you an hour ago." I described him, the gold-rimmed glasses, the white coat, and she shook her head. "Honey, I haven't seen anyone like that on this floor. Maybe you dreamed it?" But I knew I hadn't. The cold on my arm was still there, a faint tingling sensation. When my partner returned later that evening, I told them everything. They held my hand, their face a mix of concern and confusion. "Maybe it was a side effect," they said softly, but I could see they didn't fully believe it. How could they? I barely believed it myself. But something changed in me after that. Despite the fear, his words stuck with me. "You're going to be okay." It became a mantra I repeated to myself during the worst moments. When the nausea hit or the pain flared, I'd hear his voice and it gave me this strange strength. I started eating better, pushing myself to move a little each day, and slowly my health improved. The doctors were surprised. My counts started looking better, and after a few more months, I was in remission. They called it a miracle, but I knew it was more than that. Even now, years later, I think about that day. I've never seen that doctor again, and no one at the hospital had any record of him. I've asked around, checked old staff photos, but nothing. Sometimes I wonder if he was a hallucination brought on by fever or drugs, but that cold touch felt too real. Other times, I think maybe he was something else, a guardian angel, a ghost. I don't know. But what scares me the most isn't not knowing. It's the fact that in my darkest moment, Something gave me hope in the most terrifying way possible. I survived, against all odds, and I'm grateful for that. But I'll never forget the chill of his hand or the way he just disappeared. And I still can't explain it, not to myself, not to anyone. Story 19. My sleep was deep and black, the kind where you don't dream, you just cease to exist for a while. Then, something changed. It wasn't a sound that woke me. It wasn't my alarm, which was set for 6:45. It was a feeling, a pressure shift in the room, like when a door opens and a draft washes over you. I opened my eyes. My room was pitch black, the kind of dark that feels thick, like you could push against it. The red numbers on my clock radio glowed. 4:13 in the morning, a weird, ugly time to be awake. I remember feeling annoyed, thinking I had to pee, and that's why my body had jerked me out of a dead sleep. I started to turn over, to bury my face in my pillow and chase that nothingness again. That's when I heard it. It wasn't in the room with me. It wasn't a sound my ears picked up. It was a sound that happened inside my head, clear as if someone were standing right next to my bed. But it was a voice I knew better than almost any other. It was my grandma. She didn't say my name. There was no wake up or I'm here. It was just a statement, simple and direct, spoken with a tenderness that made my throat clench instantly. I love you, and I've died. That was it. 5 words. They just appeared, fully formed, in the silence of my head. For a second I just lay there, frozen. My brain tried to process it, to file it under weird dream and move on. But it didn't feel like a dream. Dreams are fuzzy around the edges. This was sharp. It was a fact delivered directly into my consciousness. And with those words came a feeling, a wave of something that wasn't mine. It was a deep, profound sadness, a kind of grief. But it was also mixed with this overwhelming love and finality. It was like a door slamming shut in a distant part of my soul. It was her feeling. I knew it, with a certainty that scared me more than the words themselves. And then I was crying. It wasn't a few quiet tears. It was a sob that ripped out of me from somewhere deep in my gut. A guttural, painful sound I didn't even know I could make. My whole body shook with it. I was gasping for air. The tears were so hot and fast, they blurred the red numbers of the clock into bleeding smears. 4:14. It had been less than a minute. I threw the covers back. The air in my room was cold, and it hit my damp skin, making me shiver. My legs felt like rubber, barely holding me up. I didn't turn on the light. I didn't want to see my room, to make any of this real. I just stumbled out my door and into the hallway. The hallway was darker than my room, a long tunnel with my parents' room at one end and my sister's at the other. I didn't make it far. My knees gave out and I just slid down the wall, my back against the cool plaster, and crumpled onto the scuffed hardwood floor. I pulled my knees up to my chest, buried my face in them, and just let it happen. The crying wasn't stopping. It was this raw, uncontrollable thing. I was mourning. I knew I was mourning my grandma. The feeling of her being gone was as solid and real as the floor beneath me. I was aware of the house around me, the hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the faint tick-tick-tick of the hall clock, the sound of my own ragged breathing, and the choked sobs I was trying to stifle in my pajama pants. I remember the specific smell of the hallway, lemony polish from the wood banister, and the faint, dusty smell of the carpet in the living room below. I remember the way a sliver of light from the street lamp outside cut under my sister's door, painting a thin yellow line on the floorboards. These details are burned into my brain because I was clinging to them, trying to anchor myself in a reality that was suddenly spinning out of control. I kept checking the clock in my parents' room. Their door was slightly ajar. The digital display cast a green glow. 4:21. 4:28. It felt like I'd been sitting there for an hour, but it had only been a handful of minutes. The grief was so heavy, a physical weight on my chest making it hard to breathe. It wasn't just my sadness. It felt like I was feeling her goodbye, her own sorrow at leaving, and it was too big for my 16-year-old body to contain. At some point, my sister's door creaked open. I saw her silhouette in the doorway. She didn't say anything. She just stood there for a second, probably wondering what the hell I was doing, sobbing on the floor in the middle of the night. Then her door closed again. A minute later, my mom's door opened. She came out, tying her robe. She looked tired and confused. "Sweetie, what's wrong?" she asked, her voice thick with sleep. I couldn't form the words. How could I say it? "Grandma just told me she died." It sounded insane even to me. I just shook my head, crying harder, my shoulders heaving. She knelt down, put a hand on my back. It was warm. "Did you have a bad dream? What is it?" I just kept shaking my head, unable to speak. The feeling of her loss was a knot in my throat, too big to push words past. She stayed with me for a minute, rubbing my back, but I could feel her confusion, her impatience. It was a school night. This was disruptive, weird. Then the phone rang. The sound was impossibly loud, shattering the tense quiet of the house. It was the old landline phone in my parents' room, the one with the real bell that could wake the dead. The sound made us all jump. My mum stood up, her face suddenly alert. A phone call at 4:30 in the morning is never good news. She hurried back into her room. I heard my dad's muffled voice, then the sharp, clear sound of the receiver being picked up. My sister's door opened again. This time she came out and stood over me, her arms crossed. "What is your problem?" she whispered, annoyed. I couldn't answer. I just sat there, curled up, listening. I heard my mom's voice. It was low at first, then it cracked. I heard her say, "What? No. Oh God, when?" And I knew. I knew with a certainty that turned my blood to ice. My mom came out of the room. She was crying, one hand over her mouth. My dad was right behind her, his face pale and grim. My mom looked at my sister, then her eyes fell on me, still a weeping mess on the floor. "That was your Aunt Carol," she said, her voice trembling. "Grandma, she passed away." The world seemed to slow down. My own crying had quieted to a hiccuping shudder. I was just waiting. My mom took a shaky breath. She said it was peaceful, in her sleep. She said it happened about 20 minutes ago. 20 minutes. The air left my lungs. I looked from my mum's grief-stricken face to my sister's shocked one, to my dad's stoic expression. They were all standing there, absorbing this new, terrible reality. And I was already there. I had been there for nearly 20 minutes. I had been feeling it since 4:13. My mum came over and knelt down again, this time pulling me into a hug. "Oh, honey, did you hear me on the phone? Is that why you're so upset?" I shook my head against her shoulder. "No," I managed to choke out. "I knew before." She pulled back, her hands on my shoulders, her eyes searching my face. They were red-rimmed and puffy. "What do you mean you knew?" "I woke up," I whispered, my voice hoarse. "I heard her. She told me she loved me and that she died." The silence that followed was heavier than any sound. My sister let out a short, disbelieving laugh. "Right. You had a dream, weirdo." My mom's expression shifted from concern to a kind of weary dismissal. She patted my back. "It's okay, sweetie. You were probably just worried about her. You're upset. We all are." And that was it. They didn't believe me. My dad just put a hand on my head for a second, a silent, awkward gesture, and then went to start the coffee. My sister went back into her room, probably to get ready for school, the routine already reasserting itself over the supernatural. My mom held me for another minute, but her hug felt different now. It was the hug you give a child who's had a nightmare, not someone who has just received a message from beyond. The rest of that day is a blur of phone calls, of my mom crying, of arrangements being made. I went to school because no one knew what else to do with me. I sat in my classes, the words of my teachers washing over me, the feeling of that pre-dawn grief still sitting like a stone in my stomach. My friends asked why I was so quiet, and I just shrugged. I couldn't tell them. I knew how it sounded. But what haunts me, what has stuck with me all these years, isn't just the voice or the timing. It's the dismissal. The way my family, in their own grief, neatly filed my experience away as a coincidence, a bad dream, an overactive imagination. They saw me, a wreck on the floor, clearly in the throes of a profound sorrow. And when the reason for that sorrow was revealed, they decided I must have been crying for some other, unknown reason. They couldn't or wouldn't connect the two events. It makes me feel like I'm crazy. Like the most real, the most visceral experience of my life was just a glitch to everyone else. I felt her. I felt her presence, her love, her final goodbye. It was a gift, I think, a moment of connection that transcended everything. But it was also a curse, because it isolated me in that moment and forever after. I had a secret I couldn't share, a truth no one would accept. The worst part is the doubt it sows in my own mind. On my rational days, I think maybe it was a dream, a powerful, lucid dream triggered by subconscious worry. But then I remember the cold of the floorboards, the smell of the polish, the exact green glow of the clock reading 4:32 when the phone rang. I remember the texture of my flannel pajama pants against my wet cheeks. I remember the specific crushing weight of a sadness that wasn't mine. That's the stuff you don't make up. That's the stuff that really happened. And sometimes, late at night when the house is quiet and the dark feels a little too thick, I remember the sound of her voice in my head, not with fear, but with a lonely kind of longing. She reached out to me, and I was the only one who knew. I was the only one who felt it, and in the end, I was the only one left to carry the weight of it, all by myself. Story 20. I remember it was a Tuesday, because that's what she said mattered. Tuesdays were wish days, she told me, and I didn't know what to make of that at first. I was in second grade, just a kid, and the school bus was this loud, rattling thing that smelled like old vinyl and kids' sweat. It was early in the morning, still dark out because it was winter, and the bus windows were fogged up from everyone's breath. I was sitting by myself near the back, tracing shapes in the condensation, when this girl slid into the seat next to me. I'd seen her around before. Her name was Lena, but we'd never talked. She was quiet, kept to herself, and there was something about her that made other kids avoid her. That day, I found out why. The first thing I noticed was the smell. It wasn't gross, like something rotten but musty, like old books left in a damp basement or clothes that had been stored away for years. It clung to her, and when she sat down, it filled the space between us. She had dark hair that hung straight around her face, and her skin was pale, almost grayish, like she never saw the sun. She turned to me and smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. They were dark too, like pools of ink, and they made me feel uneasy right away. "I'm Lena," she said, her voice soft but clear over the rumble of the bus. "I'm a vampire." I laughed a little because I thought she was joking. Kids say weird stuff all the time, right? But she didn't laugh back. She just stared at me, and that's when I felt a chill run down my spine. It was the kind of chill that makes the hairs on your arms stand up, and I remember rubbing my hands over my sleeves to warm up. "No, really," she said. "I can prove it. And on Tuesdays, I grant wishes, but only on Tuesdays." I didn't know what to say. I just nodded because part of me was curious and part of me was already scared. The bus was bouncing along, and outside, the streetlights were still on, casting long shadows inside. Other kids were laughing and shouting, but it felt like Lena and I were in our own little bubble, cut off from everything else. "What kind of wishes?" I asked, my voice coming out smaller than I wanted. "Any kind," she said, but you have to be careful. Wishes can have consequences. I didn't understand what that meant, not then. I was just a kid, and wishes sounded like magic, like something from a fairy tale. But the way she said it, so serious, made my stomach twist. I remember fidgeting with the strap of my backpack, my fingers feeling cold and clumsy. "Do you want to see something?" she asked, and before I could answer, she pointed to the long mirror at the front of the bus, the one the driver uses to see everyone. "Look at your reflection." I turned and looked. I could see myself clearly in the mirror. My messy hair, my jacket zipped up to my chin, the scared look on my face. Then Lena whispered something under her breath, words I couldn't understand, and everything changed. One moment I was there in the mirror, and the next, I wasn't. My reflection just vanished. It was like someone had erased me from the glass. The spot where I should have been was empty, just the background of the bus behind me. I could see other kids in the mirror, moving and talking, but where I was sitting, there was nothing. No me. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears, and my breath caught in my throat. I actually reached up to touch my face, because I needed to make sure I was still there. My skin felt real, solid, but in the mirror, I was gone. I whipped around to look at Lena, and she was still smiling that flat, empty smile. "See," she said, "I'm a vampire. I can do things like that." I was shaking. I couldn't stop shaking. My hands were trembling, and I felt cold all over, like I'd been dunked in ice water. "Make it stop," I whispered, because I was too scared to speak louder. "Please, make it come back." She nodded slowly. "That's your wish? To have your reflection back?" I just nodded, my throat too tight to say anything else. She whispered again, and when I looked back at the mirror, I was there. My reflection was back, same as before. But now I looked even more terrified, my eyes wide and my face pale. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding, and my whole body felt weak, like I'd just run a mile. "Don't tell anyone," Lena said, her voice dropping lower. "If you tell anyone, I'll wish you out of existence, just like your reflection." That stuck with me. Out of existence. I didn't fully understand what it meant, but the way she said it, I knew it was bad. Really bad. I nodded again, too scared to do anything else. The rest of the bus ride was a blur. I couldn't stop glancing at the mirror, making sure my reflection was still there. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Lena stayed quiet beside me, and that musty smell seemed to get stronger, filling my nose until I felt like I was breathing it in, like it was part of me. When we got to school, she got off quickly, and I noticed she always stayed in the shade, avoiding the patches of sunlight that streamed through the windows. It was a cloudy day, but whenever a ray of sun broke through, she'd step around it like it was something dangerous. I avoided her for the rest of the day. At recess, I saw her standing under a tree, watching the other kids play, but I stayed far away. My mind was racing. Was she really a vampire? Could she really grant wishes? I didn't know what to believe, but that moment in the bus was burned into my brain. The emptiness where my reflection should have been. The cold fear that gripped me. After school, on the bus ride home, she sat next to me again. I didn't want her to, but I was too scared to say anything. She didn't talk much, just reminded me that wishes were only on Tuesdays and that I had 2 left, since I'd used one to get my reflection back. I didn't want any more wishes. I just wanted to forget the whole thing. When I got home, I tried to act normal, but I kept catching myself looking in mirrors, making sure I was still there. My mom asked if I was okay, and I lied, said I was just tired. I couldn't tell her. I couldn't tell anyone. That night, I went to bed early, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Lena, about the bus, about the mirror. The musty smell seemed to linger in my room, even though I knew it couldn't be. I tossed and turned, my sheets tangling around me, and eventually I fell into a deep, restless sleep. That's when the dream started. It didn't feel like a dream at first. It felt real, too real. I was standing in a dark, misty place, and Lena was there, but she looked different. Her eyes glowed faintly, and she was smiling, but it was a cruel smile now. "Come to the party," she said, and her voice echoed in my head. "All the monsters are here." Then the scene shifted, and I was in a grand hall, like something from an old castle. There were people, or things, that looked like classic monsters. I saw a Frankenstein's monster, all stitched together, lurching around. A mummy wrapped in bandages, a wolfman growling in a corner, and in the center there was a tall, elegant man in a black cape, with sharp features and pale skin. He looked like Dracula from the movies my dad watched sometimes. He turned to me, and his eyes were red like embers. He didn't say anything, but he pointed a long, bony finger at me, and suddenly I was falling. I was up high, like on a tower or a cliff, and I was plummeting down. The wind whipped past me, cold and sharp, and I could feel my stomach drop, the way it does on a roller coaster, but 1,000 times worse. I was screaming, but no sound came out. I could see the ground rushing up to meet me, and I knew I was going to die. Then, just before I hit, everything stopped. I was floating, looking down, and I saw my own body on the ground below. It was broken, twisted in a way that shouldn't be possible, and I knew it was me. I was dead. I could see myself from above, and the horror of it was so intense that I felt like I was suffocating. I wanted to look away, but I couldn't. I was forced to watch, to see my own lifeless body lying there. That's when I woke up. I shot up in bed, gasping for air, my heart hammering against my ribs. I was drenched in sweat, and my room was dark, but I could still see the image of my body burned behind my eyes. I reached for the lamp on my bedside table, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn it on. The light helped a little, but the fear didn't go away. It felt like the dream had happened, like it was real. I looked around my room, half expecting to see Lena or one of those monsters, but it was just me, alone. The musty smell was gone, but the memory of it was still there, haunting me. I didn't go back to sleep that night. I just sat there, hugging my knees, waiting for the sun to come up. The next day, Lena wasn't on the bus. I looked for her, but she wasn't there. I asked around casually, but no one knew where she was. The teacher said she'd moved away suddenly, no explanation, just gone, and she never came back. But the thing is, I never forgot. That was years ago, and I'm older now, but I still think about it. I still get chills when I smell something musty, like old books or damp cloth. I still have nightmares sometimes, where I'm falling, and I wake up feeling like I've just seen my own death. I never used my other wishes, and I'm glad I didn't. Who knows what would have happened? The worst part is, I can't explain it. Was it real? Was Lena really a vampire? Did she make that dream happen? I don't know. All I know is that for one day and one night, I lived through something that changed me, something that made me question everything, and to this day, I can't look in a mirror without feeling a twinge of that old fear, remembering the time I wasn't there, and wondering if I ever really came back. Erndush's story, 21. But the drive there was pretty uneventful. It was around 10 at night and the streets were quiet. We lived in a small town, so everything shut down early. St. Thomas Church is on the outskirts, surrounded by old trees and a sense of isolation that you can feel even before you get there. When we pulled up, the place looked exactly how you'd imagine an old graveyard to look. Gnarled trees casting long shadows, tombstones tilting at odd angles, and this heavy silence that made the air feel thick. The church itself was dark, with no lights on, and the moon was just a sliver in the sky, so it was hard to see much beyond what our car headlights showed. We got out of the cars and stood there for a minute, just taking it in. The air was cool and damp, like it had rained earlier, and I could smell wet grass and earth. Jake was the only one who seemed comfortable. He'd been here a couple of times before and said it was no big deal. The rest of us were nervous but trying to play it cool. I had brought a small flashlight and a spirit board, one of those Ouija board things, because I thought it might be fun to try and communicate with any spirits hanging around. I know it sounds silly now, but at the time, it felt like a genuine attempt to connect with something beyond. We walked deeper into the graveyard, the ground squelching under our shoes. The tombstones were old, some dating back over 100 years, with names worn away by weather. I remember one in particular had a crack running through it, and moss was growing over the engraving. We found a relatively clear spot near the back, away from the road, and I set up the spirit board on a flat tombstone. The others gathered around, but right away, the mocking started. One friend laughed and said I was wasting my time. Another made jokes about ghosts being too busy to talk to us. It was all in good fun, but after a few minutes, it got annoying. I tried to focus, placing my fingers on the planchette and asking if anyone was there, but with everyone giggling and making noise, it was impossible. I felt frustrated, like they were ruining what could have been a serious moment. So, I gave up. I packed the board away, and we decided to just hang out for a bit before heading back. We leaned against our cars, which we'd parked near the entrance, and started talking about random stuff. School, movies, whatever. The mood was lighter now, and I was starting to relax. The graveyard didn't seem so scary anymore. It was just a place, quiet and still. We were there for maybe 20 minutes, just shooting the breeze when it happened. Out of nowhere, from the right side of the graveyard, we heard a child's voice. It was clear as day, and it said, "Help me." You're just those two words. But the way it sounded, it was small, pleading, and it cut through the silence like a knife. All 5 of us turned at the exact same time, toward where the voice came from. It was like we were synchronized. For a second, nobody moved or spoke. We just stood there, frozen. I felt my heart jump into my throat and my skin went cold. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and quick. The area where the voice came from was dark, shrouded in shadows from the trees, and I couldn't see anything moving. But that voice, it was unmistakable. A child's voice, sounding scared and alone. I remember thinking, maybe it's a trick, someone playing a prank on us. But there was no one else around. We were the only ones there. Then about 30 seconds later, it came again. "Help me." This time, it was fainter, like it was drifting away, but it was definitely the same voice. That's when panic set in. One of my friends yelled, "What the hell was that?" And someone else started swearing. We didn't wait to find out. Everyone scrambled for the cars. I was closest to mine, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. The others were already in their car, and I heard the engine roar to life. They sped off without even waiting for me, tires screeching on the gravel. I got into my car, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I sat there for a minute, just trying to catch my breath. The graveyard was silent again, but now the silence felt menacing. I kept staring out the window, half expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just darkness, and those tombstones standing like silent witnesses. I started the car and drove away slowly at first, then faster as I got onto the main road. I didn't look back. When I got home, I was still shaking. I went straight to my room and turned on all the lights. I couldn't stop thinking about that voice. It haunted me. The next day, I started researching online. I looked up St. Thomas Church and its graveyard, and that's when I found it. There was an old news article about 2 young twin brothers who had died there decades ago. They were playing with fire as a prank, and it got out of control. They both caught fire and died right there in the graveyard. The article didn't have many details, but it mentioned that they were only 7 years old. Reading that sent chills down my spine. All I could think about was that voice, "Help me," and how it matched up with their story. I never told my friends what I found. I don't think they'd believe me anyway. To this day, I have no explanation for what we heard that night. It's just one of those things that sticks with you, and every time I think about it, I get that same cold fear. Eddie, story 22. We were at my buddy's house, the one with the big living room that always feels a little too empty, even with people in it. There were 5 of us, including me, and we decided to play One Night Ultimate Werewolf. You know, that card game where you're trying to figure out who's the werewolf and all that. We'd played it a bunch of times before, nothing weird ever happened. But this time was different. The room was lit by a couple of lamps, casting shadows in the corners. It was around 8 o'clock, and we'd just finished eating some pizza, so the place smelled like grease and cheese. We were sitting on the floor in a circle, with the cards spread out in the middle. I remember feeling relaxed, laughing about something stupid one of my friends said. The air was warm, and we had the windows cracked open because it was a mild night. We started the game like usual. I was dealing the cards, handing them out face down. Everyone picked theirs up and we went through the night phase where you close your eyes and all that. I was the seer, I think, or maybe the robber. Honestly, my memory's fuzzy on the rolls because everything went sideways so fast. But I do remember the cards. They were the standard ones, a little worn from use, with that glossy finish that catches the light. The first thing that felt off was when we opened our eyes after the night phase. We were supposed to look at our cards again, but mine had shifted. Not like someone moved it, but it was in a different spot. Tilted at an angle I didn't leave it. I didn't think much of it at first. Maybe I'd bumped it or something. But then my friend, the one sitting across from me, said his card felt cold. Like really cold, as if it had been in a freezer. We all laughed it off, but I reached over and touched it. And yeah, it was icy. That's when the room started to feel cooler, like a draft had come in. We kept playing, but the mood shifted. Everyone was a little quieter, and the jokes died down. Then someone mentioned the Tanner card. In One Night Ultimate Werewolf, the Tanner is this role that wins if they get killed, and it's always kind of a wild card. We had one in the deck, but when we went to check it was gone, just vanished. We searched around the circle, under the cards, on the floor. Nothing. It wasn't like it fell or anything. It was there 1 second and then it wasn't. We even counted the cards twice, and sure enough, one was missing. That's when the thud started. Low, heavy sounds, like someone was knocking on the walls from the inside. Not loud, but enough to make us all freeze. The first one came from the hallway, and we all looked at each other. My heart was starting to pound, and I could feel my hands getting sweaty. We tried to ignore it, thinking it was the house settling or something, but then another thud came, closer this time, from the direction of the kitchen. It sounded like a fist hitting wood, but muffled, like it was coming through the walls. The cold drafts got worse. It wasn't just a breeze anymore. It felt like the temperature had dropped 10 degrees in a few minutes. I remember shivering, and my friend pulled his hoodie tighter. We were all looking around, but there was nothing there. No open windows causing it, no AC on. It was just cold, and it felt wrong, like the chill was seeping into my bones. We decided to keep playing, maybe out of stubbornness, or because we didn't want to admit how scared we were. But then, during the discussion phase, things got really weird. I was talking, trying to figure out who the werewolf was, when my friend across from me went pale. His eyes were fixed on me, and he said, "Dude, what's behind you?" I turned, but there was nothing but there. Then another friend gasped and said, "No, it's on you." That's when they described him, a long-faced man with a crooked smile superimposed over me, like he was standing right behind me, but also part of me, if that makes any sense. They said his face was gaunt, stretched out, with deep-set eyes that seemed too dark, and this smile that wasn't right. It was lopsided, like it was painted on. I couldn't see him, but I felt it. A pressure on my back, cold and heavy, and the air around me went icy. My skin crawled, and I had this urge to shake it off, but I couldn't move. I was frozen, just listening to my friends describe this thing that was apparently right there with me. One of my friends said it looked like the man was leaning in, his face close to mine, and that smile never changed. Another said he saw shadows moving around me, but not casting anything, just darkness clinging to me. I could feel my breath catching, and my chest tightened. It was like something was squeezing me, and I couldn't get enough air. I remember looking down at my hands, and they were trembling. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in, and the only thing I could focus on was the cold spot on my back. We all freaked out. Someone shouted to stop the game, and we scrambled to gather the cards, but we were too shaken to do it properly. The thuds started again, louder this time, coming from multiple directions. The ceiling, the floor, like something was moving through the house. The cold drafts swirled around us, and I could see my breath fogging in the air. We ended up huddling together on the couch, not saying much, just listening. The man wasn't visible anymore, but the feeling of him was still there, like a presence in the room, watching us. We decided to call it a night and leave, but as we were getting up, I felt something brush against my arm. It was cold, like fingers, but there was nothing there. My friend saw it too. He said he saw a shadowy hand reach out and touch me before fading away. We bolted out of there, didn't even bother turning off the lights. I drove home with the radio blasting, trying to drown out the silence, but I could still feel that cold spot on my back. Since then, I've been sleeping with the lights on. Every night, I get this feeling that he's still here, waiting in the dark. Sometimes, I hear thuds in my apartment, or feel a sudden draft, and I'll wake up with that crooked smile in my mind. I don't know what it was, or why it happened, but it felt real, too real to just be our imaginations. And the worst part is, I can't explain it, not to myself or anyone else. It's just there, haunting me, and I don't think it's ever going away.